Ladies and gentlemen, day 2 of GLIF GIMS 2021 will begin shortly. As we wait, please allow me to introduce GLIF GIMS 2021. For 2 days, we have invited world-renowned scholars in the fields of educational innovation and innovative medicine to share their insight and various stories about how they are responding to the COVID-19 pandemic and the changing times. Now, this event, as you know, will be held in a dual mode. We have on-site participants, but you can also join us online through Zoom or YouTube. For Zoom, you can visit our official website at www.glifandgims.kr for the Zoom link. Now, GLIF GIMS 2021 has been put together to celebrate the 100th anniversary of Dr. Hyangseol Seok-jo. He is the founder of Suncheonyang University and Hospital, who has served in 2 capacities, both as an educator and also a medical doctor, so a physician. And we hope that through today's symposium, we will be able to once again reflect upon the educational ideologies and philosophies of Dr. Hyangseol Seok-jo. Today, we will review the current status of global medical innovation, especially as it relates to the COVID-19 pandemic and vaccines and therapeutics for the coronavirus. We would like to ask for your active participation and support. And for those of you joining us through Zoom, we have some special housekeeping announcements for you. Throughout today's forum, several times I will ask you to greet us by waving your hands at the camera. And when I ask you to do that, if you could please happily wave your hands at the camera, that would be greatly appreciated. 네, 줌 참가자들을 위해 잠시 특별 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 행사 중간중간에 제가 줌 참가자들분께서는 카메라를 향해 손을 흔들어 주세요.
Looking at your camera several times during the course of today's event, then please greet us by waving your hands.
Approximately around 30 to 40 minutes, and there will be breaks in between. So please stay in your seats in between those breaks. And I will see you again in 5 minutes for the official start at 9:30 a.m. Good morning, everyone. Suncheonyang overturns the medical system of the world. Hello and welcome to GLIF GIMS 2021. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Seo Mi-sorang, and it's an absolute delight and honor to be serving as your MC for today. Please allow me to greet you in the traditional Korean way. 인사드리겠습니다. 아나운서 서미소랑입니다. 반갑습니다. Now, we are here at Suncheonyang University, and I'm sure everyone, both students, faculty, and staff members, as well as visitors, know that Suncheonyang University is very well known for, among other things, its cherry blossoms. I think when you came to the campus this morning, you were able to enjoy the beautiful cherry blossoms. Now, during this time of the year, normally, the Suncheonyang University campus is filled with very happy faces. Students, staff members, faculty, but also members of the public who come here to enjoy the beautiful cherry blossoms, take some pictures. You might have seen young people, young couples taking pictures so that they can upload it to their social media. But this year, unfortunately, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the campus has been rather quiet because it has been closed off to members of the public. But with the development of COVID-19 vaccines and therapeutics, the hope is that come spring of 2022, Suncheonyang University campus will be once again open to the public. Now, speaking of the coronavirus vaccine and therapeutics, today we have invited numerous speakers from key players in that development of vaccine and therapeutics. For example, the International Vaccine Institute, the Scripps Research Institute, Celltrion, Daewoong Pharmaceuticals, and of course, Suncheonyang University and Hospital. So I think we are all very much looking forward to what those speakers have to say about their updates on their developments for COVID-19 therapeutics. Now, GLIF GIMS 2021, as I'm sure many of you are already aware, has been put together to celebrate the 100th anniversary since the birth of Dr. Hyang-seol Seo-seok-jo. He is the founder of both Suncheonyang University and Hospital. Now, he was serving in two capacities, both as an educator and also a medical doctor, so a physician. And the hope is that through today's symposium and also yesterday's forum, we will be once again able to reflect upon Dr. Seo-seok-jo's education philosophies, education ideologies, and learn from those lessons. Now, GLIF GIMS 2021 is hosted both online and offline. We are joined by many members here at the on-site, but online you can join us through Zoom or YouTube. For the Zoom link, you can visit our official website at www.glifgims.kr. As you can see, we have so many people joining us through Zoom. We have around 300 people. So everyone, if you could wave your hands at the camera to greet us and to greet each other, that would be very much appreciated. Please greet your hands and wave your hands at the camera. Thank you very much. Finally, I would like to add that all staff members in preparation of GLIF GIMS and all throughout today, they have been and will continue to strictly adhere to the government's protocols that come to COVID-19 quarantine measures. So there's no need to worry on that front. Okay, so without further ado, let us commence GIMS 2021. First, the opening ceremony. We have a welcoming address to be delivered by Chairman Seo Kyo-il of the Board of Trustees, the Educational Foundation, Dongin Academy. He has a message to welcome everyone, not just in Korea, but to everyone joining us around the world through online Zoom and YouTube. So please join me and let's take a look.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, or good afternoon, good evening for those attending from abroad. I'm Dr. Kyo-il Seo, Chair of the Board of Trustees responsible for operating Suncheonhyang University and hospitals. On behalf of Suncheonhyang community, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all of you attending the Global Innovative Medicine Symposium 2021. In particular, I would like to express my special gratitude to Mr. Moon Jin-seok, member of the National Assembly, President Jung Ji-tae of Korean Academy of Medical Sciences for taking their precious time to encourage us. This symposium has been organized in commemoration of the centenary of the late Dr. Seo Seok-jo's birth, the founder of Suncheonhyang University and Hospital. Dr. Seo is widely recognized as a pioneer of Korea's modern medicine for his lifelong dedication to the growth and development of the nation's medical science. I would like to take this opportunity to share with you some of his most outstanding achievements. Dr. Seo was trained in the US and served as a professor of medicine at Cornell University until when he came back to Korea in 1955 to introduce into his mother country the latest development of medicine and medical education systems of the US that were largely unrecognized in Korea at the time. Dr. Seo also brought neurology to Korea, a discipline that remained largely unknown in the nation then and made significant contributions to settling down neurology as an independent medical department in Korea. Most of all, following the founding of Suncheonhyang Hospital Seoul, Dr. Seo established large-scale hospitals and medical colleges, one after another, in the nation's medically underserved areas. This achievement played a pivotal role in reaching out to doctorless villages and promoting balanced regional development in Korea. All of us at Suncheonhyang University Hospitals, operating more than 3,500 beds across the nation, take immense pride in Dr. Seo's philosophy of genuinely caring for the patient and contributing to society. We are devoted to following up on the high-minded commitment made by the late Dr. Seo. We believe that our endeavors to act on the philosophy of the late Dr. Seo earned us noteworthy recognition. Suncheonhyang Hospital Bucheon proudly ranked #1 in the patient experience assessment performed on all general hospitals in Korea last year. Furthermore, Suncheonhyang Hospital Cheonan was designated as a National Infectious Disease Center in Korea's Central Region last year. At this symposium, the story of Mayo Clinic that Dr. Seo set as his role model will be presented. The innovative medical education of Weill Cornell University, where Dr. Seo also served as a professor, will also be delivered. Furthermore, the symposium will allow us to discuss the update of prevention and treatment of COVID-19, the greatest challenge humanity has ever faced in recent years, and we think over medical solutions to effectively overcome novel infectious disease and other possible disasters of the years ahead. I hope that wide-ranging discussions that take place today will provide us with a priceless opportunity to ponder upon a myriad of issues that we face in the healthcare sector. My special thanks go to all the speakers worldwide who join us to share their experiences and insights. I would also like to take this opportunity to extend my warmest gratitude to our staff who put so much effort into hosting this event, and Donga Daily News co-hosting this symposium. Again, thank you all for participating in this beautiful symposium. I hope we can have an opportunity to meet face to face at the next symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Seo Kyo-il. Now, as Chairman Seo Kyo-il mentioned, the hope is that come whenever it may be the next iteration of GLIF GIMS, the third iteration, we will be able to meet each other in person, face to face. Now, we have a series of congratulatory messages from distinguished guests. The first one will be delivered by lawmaker Moon Jin-seok. So let's take a look.
안녕하십니까. 더불어민주당 천안갑 국회의원 문진석입니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Moon Jin-seok, Assemblyman of Minju Party of Korea. First of all, I would like to congratulate the hosting of GIMS 2021, co-hosted by Suncheonyang University and Donga Ilbo. I was noted that this event is held in commemoration of the 100th anniversary of the birth of Dr. Seo Seok-jo, the founder of Suncheonyang University. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Chairman Seo Kyo-il and President Kim Seung-woo for holding this meaningful event. And in addition, my special thanks also go to President Chung Ji-tae of Korea Medical Association and other distinguished guests who are with us. COVID-19 has brought many changes into our daily lives. In particular, the advancement of contactless technologies can be cited. And in the field of education, contactless online virtual lectures are massively used, and in the field of medical treatment, telemedicine, and other measures are actively discussed. Keeping pace with these changes, Suncheonyang University and Suncheonyang University Hospital are developing into leading educational and medical institutions by creating a new normal in the post-COVID era. And in particular, Suncheonyang University Cheonan Hospital has been designated as a hospital specialized in infectious diseases in the central region and has established itself as a core medical facility that protects new lives by establishing a regular and quarantine network in the context of a national disaster. We hope that this event will be a meaningful time to discuss future innovative medical systems such as medical education, hospital management, and infectious disease response system in the era of pandemic. I wish you all happiness and health. Thank you.
Thank you very much, lawmaker Moon Jin-seok, for that warm congratulatory remarks. Now we have another congratulatory remark, this time from the president of the Korean Academy of Medical Sciences. Everyone, here is President Chung Ji-tae.
안녕하십니까?
Good morning, distinguished guests. I'm president of the Korean Academy of Medical Sciences, representing 189 organizations in Korea. First of all, let me extend my heartwarming congratulations to the hosting of today's event. Suncheonyang University and hospitals are following the philosophy of the late Dr. Seo Seok-jo, and both in name and reality, Suncheonyang University is developing as a prestigious private sector university. Suncheonyang means we uphold the spirit of heaven and care for people. Based on this noble philosophy, human-centered, patient-centered, true medicine is being provided by this university. Neurology was first brought by the late Dr. Seo Seok-jo to Korea, so he made great contributions to the development of Korean medicine. And also, as the first medical corporation, Suncheonyang University was established, and then Suncheonyang University was opened back in 1978. And it really shows and demonstrates the philosophy and commitment of the late Dr. Seo Seok-jo. Since its opening and up until today, over the course of the last 43 years, Suncheonyang University has made great progress. Currently, it has 10 colleges and 70 disciplines and 4 hospitals. So indeed, it's a prestigious and recognized private sector university. With his vision and with his commitment, I think this reality has become into being with your efforts and endeavors. Because of COVID-19, our human race is facing challenges and we are suffering greatly, and we have lost normalcy in our daily lives. But we always have been successfully responding to the ups and downs of our life. And once again, we can successfully respond to this big wave of challenge so that once again we recognize the value of human life. At the GIMS 2021, we believe that those of you working in the global healthcare community, we can share all our opinions and we can share our stories so that we can collectively gather our wisdom and insights to pave the way for a brighter future forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Chung Ji-tae, for that warm congratulatory remarks. Once again, on behalf of the organizing and sponsoring institutions and entities, I would like to extend my sincerest gratitude to Chairman Seo Kyo-il, lawmaker Moon Jin-seok, and President Chung Ji-tae for their respective welcome and congratulatory remarks. Okay, let us now commence the plenary sessions. We have 3 plenary talks prepared for you today. For the first one, please allow me to introduce our speaker, Dr. Kent D. Seltman. He is the former director of the marketing department at Mayo Clinic. And his speech today is titled Hospital Business Management Renovation. Let's take a look.
Hello, it's a pleasure to speak to you today about Mayo Clinic, where I worked for the last 16 years of my career as the chairman of the marketing function of Mayo Clinic. In 2009, my co-author Len Berry and I were privileged to have a book published about the management of Mayo Clinic, and I'm pleased to share lessons from that book with you today. Stories are an important part of management at Mayo Clinic. They capture the soul and the spirit of the human beings, the human part of management at Mayo Clinic. We think that they're an important tool that all organizations can use. Too often, reports and communications feature data, statistics, but they don't have a heart and soul. They don't breathe. They don't feel. And Mayo tries to cultivate this human sensitivity of the people who work there. I begin with a story. It's a story we learned about in an interview. We call him Don. He told us, I distinctly remember walking out of my doctor's office. I was in shock. I went to my car, and the first thing I did was I called my wife and I said to her, honey, you're not going to believe this. I have cancer, and we're going to the Mayo Clinic. We asked him about that decision to go to Mayo Clinic, and he said, well, actually, it surprised me a little. I didn't intend to say that when I spoke to her on the phone, but I realized that I needed to give her something to hang on to with hope, because there was no hope in what I heard from my doctor. Dawn in this story is illustrating the Mayo Clinic brand. The Mayo Clinic brand are the impressions of Mayo Clinic that are held in the minds of over 87% of people living in the United States. Don was an educated man. He was 65. He'd been reading newspapers, listening carefully to news on radio and TV for his life, and he had heard many mentions of Mayo Clinic, read about them, about research that was going on there. He also heard about Mayo Clinic from friends, family, colleagues, who talked about the care that was given to specific individual patients. And that kind of learning he had internalized, stored in his mind somewhere with kind of a little tag saying, use in case of an emergency. And when that arrived in his own life, it came to his mind as he was talking to his wife. Mayo Clinic is arguably the most powerful healthcare brand in the world, but it's from a small little city, Rochester, Minnesota, which still today has only 100,000 residents. The story begins with this Englishman, William Worrell Mayo, who came to the United States, went to medical school, which was 6 months at that point in time, when he was still a young man. He ended up in Rochester, Minnesota. The President of the United States appointed him to do physicals on soldiers headed to the Civil War. After the war was over, he and his family remained in Rochester. He raised his children there. His two sons, William on the right, Charles on the left, attended medical school in the 1880s. And then they came home to Rochester to join the family business. They stepped into this business at the first golden age of surgery. Anesthesia had just been developed, so it was possible to safely do long and complex procedures. They established, before the brothers died, a management system that still serves the organization today. And the organization's flagship campus has this building over 2 city blocks that house the primary outpatient practice care for Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota today. There are also large practices in Scottsdale, Phoenix, Arizona, as well as Jacksonville, Florida. As the world has looked in on Mayo Clinic, it's been given a great deal of recognition. The U.S. News and World Report for the last 30 years has ranked Mayo Clinic in the top 3 hospitals in the United States. Currently, number 1 for the years 2020, 21. Newsweek magazine has been ranking the world's best hospitals in recent years, and Mayo Clinic is again in 2021 identified as the world's best hospital. And indeed, there are thousands and thousands of patients travel from around the world to Mayo Clinic hospitals every year. I'm going to talk to you today about 3 topics dealing with management renovations that might pertain to your organizations. Many people are interested in knowing what it is that makes Mayo Clinic work, what it is that makes Mayo Clinic special. And the answer to that is in these 3 items that I have listed here. 1, teamwork. It's a very comprehensive cultural and policy-driven way that Mayo Clinic functions. Is established by the founders. I'm also going to talk about patient experience management. It is not something that just happens. It is deliberately and intentionally managed at Mayo, from the earliest touches through the end of patients' episodes of care. And then voluntarism, humanity in action, is also one of the rich and surprising and wonderful things that goes on frequently at Mayo Clinic. The Mayo brothers established the management of Mayo Clinic around a board of governors. It's a team of largely physicians. It's about 12 individuals today, 10 of them being physicians. There are a couple who work in high levels of administration. The president of the hospital, of the medical center, is the chairman. He's called the president of the board of governors. But the president of the board of governors has little independent power. He can bring ideas, he can bring initiatives, and he can guide the board of governors. But the board of governors must come together as a team to decide what the future will be. This concept of teamwork came to the Mayo brothers rather early in their career. Their practice began growing quickly from the outset, and they developed a philosophy of managing patient care, and they also began to hire doctors to work with them and for them. And so their clinic grew. And by 1910, William Mayo articulated the values of Mayo Clinic in this way. The best interest of the patient is the only interest to be considered. That is the primary value of Mayo Clinic. We've rephrased it a little bit into the needs of the patient come first. And that phrase, that concept, is embedded in the minds of the 70,000 employees of Mayo Clinic today. They all understand that's what they're supposed to do. And they, with that knowledge, know that they're empowered to do many things that seem like the right thing to do for patients. But he went on in this statement that he was making to graduating medical students at a commencement. And in order that the sick may have benefit of advancing knowledge, union of forces is necessary. It has become necessary to develop medicine as a cooperative science. The Mayo brothers, by this time, had collected a number of doctors to work with them. They helped triage patients for surgery. They helped treat patients who didn't need surgery. They did follow-up care for the surgical patients. And they began to realize that these doctors who were their employees were developing knowledge, specialized knowledge that they as surgeons did not have. And they saw the knowledge of medicine growing so quickly that it was necessary for them to defer to the expertise and the knowledge of their colleagues. At this point in time, however, in America, there were no designated surgeons or internists or cardiologists. Everyone was working off of a general medicine license. And many doctors felt that they needed to know everything. And that Dr. Mayo was putting down on them because they are saying that no doctor can know everything. It takes this team with all of this knowledge to function. So the Mayo brothers, from the beginning, built this concept of teamwork. And in doing so, they created the world's first multi-specialty practice of medicine. Well, what are the features of this and the benefits? The first of these is I'm going to talk about is deep bench teams. I have a friend who is a chair of one of the large groups in the internal medicine department. He traveled internationally a lot and did a lot of speaking. And I got this idea from him. He said when he asked audiences, how many of you would be willing to be cared for yourself or for a family member if you had a really serious life-threatening need? would you be willing to have that care at your own hospital? And he said, when I asked this to groups of doctors, I see almost everyone raising their hand. And then I have a follow-up question, he said. How many of you would be willing to receive your care in a life-threatening situation from any appropriate doctor, any doctor on your medical staff? Let me see your hands. And he said there are very few hands go up, most often none. And so he says, that's the difference about Mayo Clinic. Because at Mayo Clinic, all of the doctors would put up their hand and say, I'm willing to trust my medical needs to anyone who's a Mayo Clinic doctor. He goes on to say that one of the most important jobs of a clinical department chair of medicine, chair of cardiology, chair of radiology, is to ensure that every physician in the department is delivering Mayo Clinic quality care. This means doctors who are 35 years old, doctors who are 65 years old. All of them are expected to be able to deliver a Mayo Clinic experience to their patient with their expertise and with their human touches. That's what makes Mayo special. Mayo Clinic has had from 2005 on forward a single medical record. Today it's electronic. And so everything that one Mayo Clinic doctor does is really peer reviewed by other members of the medical staff who will look at the quality of their analysis, the things that they have ordered as tests, the conclusions and recommendations they have. And if they see something that isn't quite appropriate, they can pass word to a department chair and suggest maybe chart reviews or something to ensure that the Mayo Clinic quality is maintained throughout the institution. When a patient comes to Mayo Clinic, the first doctor that they see, the first doctor becomes the captain of their Mayo Clinic team. That doctor will typically do a history and a physical, order number of clinical tests, and probably make 1, 2, or more referrals to other physicians at Mayo Clinic for some specific opinion. That doctor then collects all this information, and at the end of the patient's visit or at the time of the diagnosis, will share that with the patient and the family. So it's a team of people who take care of a patient. And typically this team can be assembled within 1 day, and within 3 or 4 days on a Mayo Clinic campus, over 80% of the patients can get their evaluations completed and a diagnosis and recommendation decided upon. Also, with regard to teams, Mayo Clinic does not celebrate stars. Mayo Clinic doesn't have star physicians that have their photographs up. Even when someone does something outstanding, there's no picture or press release going to local newspapers. Stars only shine in the context of constellations, groups of stars that work together. Some of them are doctors, some of them are nurses, some of them are therapists, whole host of people who work together to produce the results that Mayo Clinic is known for. So there are no doctors at Mayo Clinic that make 3 or 4 times more than the other people who work in their discipline. In fact, all doctors in any discipline earn the same salary every year. When someone new joins the staff, they're hired at a 25% below the target salary. But each year that they perform successfully, they will move up 5%. And so after 5 years, a new physician who might be then 35 years old will earn the same salary as someone who's 60 or 65. The salaries vary from discipline to discipline, and Mayo Clinic sets those salaries on the basis of survey data obtained by a company, third party, that is able to collect information from various different academic medical centers. In fact, Mayo uses the 10 or so top medical centers in the United States, and then pegs Mayo Clinic salaries at about the 75th or 80th percentile of those, of that large group of their academic peers. At Mayo Clinic, the basis of the salary is on the clinical activities of the doctors and not on their academic achievements or ranks. So full professors, associate professors make the same amount of money as assistant professors because they're all primarily focused on taking care of patients. So that the focus of Mayo Clinic is on patient care. Now, people who have research grants and people who engage in educational activities keep their same clinical salary. Sometimes institutions, researchers have to take a cut in salary, but not at Mayo Clinic. It's your academic clinical discipline is the basis of your salary. Likewise, there are no bonuses available for the number of cases, the number of surgeries you might do, the number of patients you might see. It's flat salary compensation because there's so many ways that doctors contribute to the well-being and the success of Mayo Clinic besides just seeing one patient after another. All physician leaders have term limits. The CEO of the institution has a term limit of around 8 years. Department chairs, 8 to 10 years, or maybe 6 to 10 years. Mayo believes it's important to get fresh leadership in. Mayo also promotes teamwork through facility design. One way is with a building put up and opened in beginning 2001 in Rochester. It's called the Practice Integration Facility. And this brought physicians together with their medical, well, like surgeons together with their medical colleagues. So today, cardiac surgeons and cardiologists see patients in the same general geographic area of the clinic buildings, whereas previously all of the surgeons from all of their surgical disciplines were in one location, and the medical specialists were in other locations. So it brings these doctors together so they're communicating to one another as they're walking back and forth between patient examination rooms. So all of this very self-conscious work to produce teamwork throughout the institution. It results then in doctors telling us in our research that they are better doctors at Mayo Clinic than they were wherever they had been previously. And that's because the doctors are all on a team. They communicate with one another. If they see something in a clinical order or they see something in a medical record that raises a question, they can call their colleague and have a conversation. And the process then is that the doctors are being continually educated, updated with the latest information that comes from the various clinical disciplines. I've been talking mostly about doctors, but everyone at Mayo Clinic is on the team. The nurses are on the team, and they have to be respected. They have to be respected. People who will be listened to when they speak. Doctors now recognize that it's very, very important to take very seriously the observations of the very well-educated men and women who are the professional nurses in our organization. But it doesn't stop there. A few years ago, there was an examiner from the Joint Commission, the accrediting organization for hospitals in the United States. She was walking through a Mayo Clinic hospital early in the morning. There was a door open and someone was inside. She stepped in and there was a man cleaning the floor. And she said to him, "Oh, well, what are you doing?" And he said, "I'm saving lives." Do the custodians in your hospitals have the sense that they are on the clinical care team? Or are these people just cleaning floors? Are the custodians your employees? Or are they the employees of some other company that just comes in to clean the floors? At Mayo, everyone works for Mayo Clinic, and they're all involved with this team focused on the needs of the individual patients. Managing the patient experience needs to be a deliberate, conscious, well thought out process. Not just letting it happen doesn't produce great experiences. My co-author developed this service branding model a number of years ago. And the top part of it is what marketing departments are involved with. It's presenting the brand with advertising, brochures, and special events, the kind of thing that marketers do. And they can create awareness, and they can generate news reports and so forth with external brand communications. But in service businesses, as opposed to packaged good businesses, it is the customer's experience with the organization, not what the marketing department says, but what the customer experience is that generates the meaning of the brand and then creates the value or the equity represented by the brand. And so Don, in my opening story, had heard about customer experiences. He had heard about research, and all of that he began putting together in his mind about what Mayo Clinic meant. And the equity, not only in the mind of Don, but in the minds then of millions of other people in America, represent the most valuable asset in the Mayo Clinic brand. The most valuable asset, worth more than all of the property, all of the equipment. It's the reputation is what keeps driving the business of Mayo Clinic. And that's because of the experiences that patients and their family members have at Mayo Clinic. Customers always have an experience when they interact with an organization. It might begin with the computer or with phone call as they're trying to set up with an appointment. And when they come on campus, what about parking? What about the cleanliness of the grounds? What about the halls, the elevators? Are they able to find their way around? All of these bits of information, the things that they're seeing and hearing. They're absorbing that and they're trying to figure out what kind of organization it is. And are they interested in you or are they not interested? Each of these things that people see or hear or sense or smell carries some kind of message. But the absence of clues also carries a message. And the composite of all of the clues, everything that you see and hear and experience, creates the experience that you're going to talk about when you go home. Facilities themselves are full of clues. They don't communicate with words, but they tell a story about the kind of service the organization is providing. They can convey respect or disrespect. Here, for instance, is an examination room, typical examination room at Mayo Clinic. I'm just going to point out three things. One is the bench. The bench is for patients and family members to sit. Most people come to Mayo Clinic with 2 or 3 family members. There's the examination table and all of the equipment hanging on the wall. But I'm going to focus just on the bench, the stool, and the artwork on the wall at the end of the room. The chair on rollers is for the doctor to use. The expectation is that the family will be there for part of the conversation and might have to step out during a physical exam and then come back in at the end of the visit. The doctor sits in the chair, family members and patients sit on the couch, and the doctor, while seated, has an eye-level to eye-level conversation with the family. When patients are addressed by doctors, doctors get credit for spending more time with them if they're sitting eye-level to eye-level than they do if they're standing in a white coat as a symbol of authority, looking down at people. The chair then has a very specific function to improve communication and give the impression that more time and care is focused on the patient. And finally, the artwork on the wall. All of the examination rooms at Mayo, all of the hospital rooms have a piece of art in them. That picture is the only thing in the room that really isn't specifically about medicine. Well, there's the little stream running through the floor. This isn't a pediatric exam room. But the artwork is a place where someone can focus on something other than medical issues, something other than just their own pain, their own anxiety about their health. Mayo tries to create space for its patients where they can have some privacy, even though there are thousands of patients in the hospital and moving through the halls. This is an example of one of those spaces at a clinic in Rochester. Most of the lobby areas in Mayo Clinic, in its outpatient as well as in its hospitals, have pianos. Anyone passing by is invited with a sign to sit down and play. Sometimes people will sing. Sometimes people will choose to dance. Sometimes the whole group of patients that are gathered there will begin to sing. It's a positive diversion. I had 2 brothers come to Mayo Clinic with terminal cancer diagnoses. And they found this music to be a wonderful, brief rest from the heavy burden that they were carrying about their own health and their own short life expectancy. Here's one that's very personal to me. In the lower right-hand corner, there are a couple of high-back chairs. You can hardly see them. But this is space where my wife and I sat when I was in cancer treatment. It was as if we were all alone looking out at the scene, out at the community. People were walking back of us, but there wasn't a place to congregate. People weren't sitting there, standing there, listening, and we could be together and talk during this trying moment in my life. And now I want to talk about voluntary, humane acts. Leadership can't program these in the same way that you can program the patient experience, the way people are processed, the kinds of things that people are expected to say to them. Because here we're dealing with something voluntary. But an organization must enable, they must support their employees who have humane feelings, who are driven to do something unique and kind for patients. So exceeding customer expectation requires pleasant surprise. So if you're going to get high patient satisfaction scores, there have to be pleasant surprises. One of the things at Mayo Clinic that probably does more than any other is how employees have a sense from walking around in the buildings to know when there are patients or family members who seem a little lost. Maybe they're trying to get back to their hotel. Maybe they're trying to get to their next appointment. And employees often walk up, as I often did, and said, "Can I help you? Can I help you find some place?" And people are absolutely blown away when this happens. And they go home and they talk about it. So these are those wonderful opportunities that come. In service organizations, the values of the performer of the service influence the value of the service. And Mayo Clinic goes to great effort to try to hire people with human values, people who are nice, people who are kind. Mayo has trained many doctors who are brilliant and are going to be extremely successful and even influential in their fields. But some of these doctors are not invited to join Mayo Clinic because they don't have teamwork values. They want to be stars. They don't want to be nice to people. They want to have power that enables them to be rude. Mayo doesn't hire that kind of people. Mayo uses an interviewing technique with its new employees that gets them to talk about their values so that they can have a sense of the kind of human being. You can teach people knowledge that they don't have, but you can't teach people to be nice. You need to hire nice people. Humane clues can be respectful or disrespectful. And no one wants to be disrespected. And this happens occasionally in healthcare. Disrespectful service is by definition poor service and will result in poor stories circulating in the community about your institution. Respectful service includes respecting customers' presence. That is looking at them, speaking to them. Patients don't want to have doctors and nurses talk to them as they're walking away. Don't have your back to a patient and still speak. Listen to their voice. Listen. Respect their voice. In the US, on average, doctors interrupt patients 13 seconds into the patient's answer when the doctor says, "What brings you here today?" If the doctors would let them talk and say everything they have to say, it's rarely going to be more than 90 seconds. But they interrupt at 13. And often they don't get a chance to say to the doctor the thing that most concerns them. Respect their voice. Respect their time without running the operations in a way that are timely. Appointments, procedures begin on time so that their time is not wasted waiting in very anxious situations. Respect their privacy. Yes, healthcare invades the privacy of patients, but not unnecessarily. And then protect people's self-esteem. A woman that I talked to told me about bringing her child to the ER at Mayo Clinic 3 times in one day. And the first 2 times she was seen by resident physicians who essentially told her that she was wasting their time. She needed to take the child back home. She felt that they were trying to put her down. She came back a 3rd time, saw a staff emergency room doctor who admitted the child because the child was in fact sick, as the mother knew. I want to use as a final illustration here this little story. It came in an email from the daughter of a patient directed to the chair of the emergency department. She wrote, "I live with my mother, who's 87 years old, has rather severe dementia and is quite hard of hearing. I came home from work one evening to find her lying on the lawn. She'd fallen. She was unable to get up. But I got her up and looked at her. She had a bad bruise on her arm. She had some bleeding. So I got her in the car, took her to the ER where everyone was very polite to her. They spoke loudly enough so she could hear. And during the examination with the ER doctor, he asked her to get down off of the examination table and take a few steps around the cubicle. And as she was getting off of the table, she began to fall, and he reached down and caught her. The daughter wrote, "My mother in her day was quite a wit, and some of that remained." She looked up at the doctor and she said, "Well, I suppose we could dance." And the doctor said, "Yes, we could." And he proceeded to take her in his arms, and they waltzed a few steps around this cubicle. She said, "My mother was in ecstasy. She loves to dance." And she said, "I was crying. The sight of this frail old woman in the arms of this handsome young man, whose medical expertise we never questioned, but whose human touch, whose humanity we never expected." He could have made her felt like the klutz she was, but instead he let her feel like a princess for a few moments in the emergency room cubicle. Mayo doesn't teach its doctors to dance, but it does try to hire doctors and nurses and therapists who have a humanity about them, who are the kind of people on the inside who might do something as kind in a voluntary way as this doctor delivered to this elderly woman. Okay, in review, I would recommend that you consider how far you could go in recreating patient-centered teamwork in your hospitals. I know that the kinds of things that Mayo does can be difficult to translate across cultures, but patients are the ones that benefit from teamwork. But employees, doctors at Mayo Clinic love that too. Mayo has a voluntary termination rate among its physicians of less than 3% of them leaving. People who work at Mayo love to work at Mayo. Not everyone wants to be a team player, but there are 70,000 people in the United States who do, who are now working at Mayo. Manage the patient experience deliberately. Put someone in charge, put a team in charge, so that every detail from the first touch to the institution to the very end of each episode of care, so that that's all done in a way that the patients and the family members recognize as being a step above other places that provide a similar type of service. And finally, cultivate, celebrate voluntary, humane acts of your employees. Tell their stories. Tell the stories to your employees so that they will understand what kind of human beings you want to have on display in your workplace. Thank you so much. It's just been a pleasure to speak with you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kent D. Seltman. You gave us a valuable reminder about the importance of bedside manners and the importance of human connection in building stronger rapport with our patients. Because as the saying goes, back to basics, because the basics are the most important. Okay, let's now move on to our second plenary topic. We have Dr. Arnon Efek. He is the chairman of the Department of Medical Administration at Sheba Medical Center, and his speech is on the topic of prevention of the COVID-19 and Israel vaccine strategy.
Shalom and hello. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak at the GIMS Conference 2021, and especially to Professor Kyu Su, the president of Sun Chun Yang University and chair of the GIMS 2021. We will speak today about the COVID-19 response in the vaccination program held in Israel and the Sheba Medical Center in the COVID-19. I'd like to thank my partner, Professor Eyal Leshem, for his help in preparing this presentation. Israel is quite a unique country among the developed countries. First, we have a positive birth rate, in fact, the first among OECD countries, which means that Israel has quite a large number of kids. It's important for the corona epidemic control in the vaccination program, as we cannot vaccinate the kids below the age of 16 till now. We are about 9 million people. We spend just 7.4% of our expenditure GDP on health, but with these figures get quite good and substantial healthcare indices. So the healthcare of our people is very, very good. Our healthcare system is based on what we call universal coverage. All the inhabitants of Israel are covered, and they are covered by one of 4 healthcare funds, and they enjoy quite important and quite good healthcare basket. And this factor will become very, very important as we speak about the vaccination program, as these healthcare funds are the ones who practically, together with the hospital, carried the fastest and most efficient vaccination programs among OECD countries, and in fact in the entire world. So the Israeli healthcare system is controlled and regulated, of course, by the Ministry of Health and also the Ministry of Finance. We have every person is covered by one of 4 healthcare funds. They are not similar by size, but still they give very substantial and important healthcare coverage to all the people. We have also a hospital system. Most of them are government-owned. Some of them are owned by the healthcare funds, and there are few which are public hospitals. We have a very small private hospital sector, and it was not part of the vaccination program or the response program to the COVID-19. But what made Israeli healthcare system so important and so attractive to Pfizer and other international vaccine-producing companies is the fact that our healthcare system is interconnected by electronic medical records. So you can enter Sheba Medical Center, put a patient's name or a patient ID number and get all his history from the past and all our entire healthcare system, including his military records, as well as the hospitals, are all connected under one secured system. This system is also very important to keep up privacy. The person's files are seen all the time by his healthcare physician, by his primary healthcare physician in the funds. At the hospital, we see them just around his visit to the outpatient clinic or his hospitalization. We put in all the data, and afterwards, we are not entitled to see it anymore. But this system, once it's all controlled together, enabled us to give all the data to the vaccination manufacturers. And of course, in a secure way, under IRB condition informed, and without disclosing any personal name, because it's not important once we look at the statistical data. So you can see that Israeli healthcare system is all interconnected, as I said before, and it's quite unique in the world and enabled us to give all the data which we collected. And at the end of my lecture, I'll show you the results of the Israeli healthcare system and the Sheba medical system studies of the effects of COVID-19 vaccination on the outcome of the disease. I'm the Associate Director of Sheba Medical Center. Sheba Medical Center is Israel's largest hospital, one of the best in the world, I can say that, because the Newsweek, the famous American journal, has marked us for the 3rd consecutive year as one of the best 10 hospitals in the entire world, in a very prestigious list, including hospitals like Mayo Clinic, Charité, Johns Hopkins, and Sheba has been part of this list for the last 3 years. What are the I would say what we do here in Sheba Medical Center? First, we are a very large hospital. We are a comprehensive hospital. That means we have an acute care hospital, a rehabilitation hospital, pediatric hospital, OBGYN, psychiatric, mental health care facilities, all in the same campus outside of the Tel Aviv as part of the large Tel Aviv area. We have about 9,200 employees, out of which 1,600 physicians, more than 3,000 nurses. We have about 11,000 births a year. We conduct almost 50,000 surgeries each year, including the most sophisticated one, including lung and heart transplantations, the most complicated oncology surgeries, and so on. We have about 1.5 million ambulatory visits per year. Remember that Israel is just 9 million people. So think how many of them are being taken care in Sheba Medical Center. And what even more important at all, that we always combine together with research, as we are the main partners of the Weizmann Institute, the Tel Aviv University, and the Bar Ilan University, and we conduct about 1/4, 25% of all the clinical trials in Israel, including, for example, the CAR T-cell treatment. And therefore, we've been one of the centers and the largest center outside of the USA in the Europe area that does CAR T-cell treatments for acute lymphoma and leukemia. And if you look at our vision, the vision of the Sheba Medical Center is to become a city of health. What does it mean? It means we are not just a place where take care of sick people, even rehabilitate them. We believe that our role in the healthcare system, both at the national level and the international level, is to predict diseases, prevent them, of course, if a disease occurs, treat it, and rehabilitate the person. But our goal is to carry these effects not just at the national level of Israel, but also internationally. I believe that none of us at January 20 believed what's going to happen just a month afterwards. What already was starting at China became a global epidemic. The epidemic of the corona, the epidemic of the COVID-19, which was declared later by the WHO as a pandemia, a world epidemic of virus which caused millions of deaths throughout the world. So the Ministry of Health called Sheba Medical Center as Israel's largest and leading hospital and told the director, you can see him on slide, Professor Yitzhak Rice, please carry on the Israeli preparedness for Corona. Now, what did it mean? I remind you, nobody knew anything about Corona at that time. We are speaking about February 2020. And what we did is we prepared ourselves. We took it. There were Israelis who were part of the Princess Diamond ship where the epidemic broke. So the first one came to us, were isolated in at Sheba, and the first case of confirmed corona was done in Sheba. Also, the national lab on virology is part of the Sheba complex, and we opened other new labs also with us because it's incredible. Now, we use our knowledge to teach other hospitals, other parts of the Israeli healthcare system, as well as our Palestinian physicians. They came to Sheba, the physicians and the healthcare staff from the Palestinian authorities came to Sheba, learned, we shared with them the information, and our staff went to Jericho to teach the Palestinians how to take care of the corona epidemic. And now, Sheba Medical Center and the Israeli healthcare system are vaccinating Palestinians who are working in Israel and also transferred vaccines to the Palestinian Authority. Now, we opened the first corona department in Israel. Outside, as I said before, the hospital. We isolated this area. We built the people around place to stay and to live in habitable, I would say, respectful conditions. And we created the first staff and acquired all the knowledge necessary. But we realized very, very soon that it is not enough. We are going to get severely sick patients. So what did we do? We again created a separated intensive care unit. We transformed our parking lot, our subterranean parking lot, into a corona intensive care unit, and it was done at a fantastic speed. Within 3 to 4 days, we had at Sheba Medical Center more than 90 positions, 90 beds for intensive care unit, and all the equipment necessary to take care of it. Of course, we didn't have enough physicians and nurses, so what we did is we took our medical simulation center, for which Sheba is known, our National Medical Simulation Center, and we instructed physicians, nurses from the surgical wards, from the internal medicine wards, to function at intensive care unit and to protect themselves so none of them will get infected. And I'm very, very happy to tell you that none of our people who work in the intensive care unit was in fact infected. We all learned how to protect them. This was very crucial for Israel, because think what would have happened to the morale of the medical staff if someone would have got infected while treating corona patient at the intensive care unit. So again, the lessons learned from Sheba Medical Center, we share them nationally as well as internationally, as I'll show you in a few seconds. This is our control room. You can see that you sit in a very secure place, and you can see all the patients and communicate with the staff within the intensive care unit. And we do it from February till now. Today, just today, we have 7 patients on heart and lung machine, on ECMO, still being treated apart from those ventilated. Although epidemic is becoming down, these severely sick patients still need our care at Israel's leading intensive care unit dedicated for corona patients. And we use all type of inventions for monitoring, using all Israeli startup and companies in order to give us all the different solutions. The Israeli army came to our help and built control towers so we can learn what's going on without risking the life of those people who are outside and do not need right now to treat the patients. And if you can see what we've been able just at Sheba Medical Center to do with this increased capacity, we had before the corona epidemic 86 intensive care unit beds, and from that time, just after a month or more, we increased the number by 360% up to almost 400 intensive care beds. And the staff, as I told you before, this is the most important part of it. We train the staff, but of course, you need a lot of experience, and with time, as we always rotate the departments of internal medicine and the staff which are there at the intensive care unit for corona, now our staff is well experienced and knows how to treat these patients. But it was not enough. We realized that there are special populations who need our help, need our even national help. And what we did is we opened a dialysis unit dedicated for corona patients. We opened a pediatric patient department for corona patients. It's not just, that kids get corona normally at as a mild condition, but still, you might have a patient who who needs some sort of surgery unrelated to corona, who need treatment, for example, for his leukemia, and still has corona, so you have to treat him under the right conditions. So we opened the pediatric corona ward. We also opened a psychiatric unit, which is also very important. These people need the best of help, as they don't always control their emotion, their disease, and we need to treat them the best way possible. Sheba, even before the corona, had something which is quite unique. It is called our Innovation Center, the ARC. Now, this ARC, the Innovation Center, enabled the best mind in Israel and in Sheba to do all their inventions, all their startups within our own hospital using an international net of collaborators. I'll show you in a few seconds. But what we did at the beginning of the epidemic, we told all our allies, we told all the startups in Israel, bring us inventions which will change the way we diagnose and treat corona. So we use this infrastructure in order to change the world, in fact. We do it normally, and we did it also during the corona. So you see our partners from the academia in Israel, from the Weizmann Institute to the Technion, our Israeli startup companies. Some of them are really, really fascinating, which we work on general time, and also strategic partners such as Microsoft, Janssen, and Baxter, AstraZeneca, and collaboration from other hospitals throughout the world, from, of course, the USA, Canada, and other hospitals, leading, and universities. We believe that we should contribute, as we had most of the Israeli patients with the corona, at least at the first wave, and afterwards we continue treating a large number of Israeli corona patients. We've been able to collaborate with many, many international pharmaceutical companies in order to test a large number, a very, very large number of clinical trials for different drugs, for different treatments. We're still doing it. Unfortunately, many of them were not found to be successful, but whatever was successful, whatever we did for the benefit of our people, everything under Helsinki rules of IRB committee's approval, and the Ministries of Health, of course, national IRB committee. But we did also leadership. Leadership is what required from us, leaders at the time of the corona. So you can see me, for example, in an international conference with Brazil. We did the same with many, many countries throughout the world. We appeared in many newspapers, still now, by the way. We are still continuing to appear in the television, the national as well as the international TV channels and radio channels and written newspaper and on the different sites in the internet, giving the people the right and the scientifically based information. We are fighting the fake news. I'll come back to that later. It's a huge challenge that stands before us all. All the international health community must assist in fighting the fake news, because people who spread the fake news kill their fellow people because they don't vaccinate because of them, and they might die from that. But if you ask me, what's the most moving part? What makes you really, really happy? Or is the team of our people, the spirit of the team, the fact that they volunteered, coming back to the corona in Israel. So I spoke about corona in the world, I spoke about Israel in general and its healthcare system. I spoke also about Sheba Medical Center and its role in the corona. But let's now concentrate on the vaccination program, the one part of my lecture which I would love sharing with you and telling you how things are done. Now it's the time to pass to the most important part of my lecture, the vaccination program held in Israel. So, speaking on the status of the COVID-19 pandemic in Israel at March 2021, what you can see that we have about 800,000 people who were infected, almost 6,000 people who are unfortunately passed from the disease. And Israel has been trying to develop its own vaccines. Here you can see the Biological Institute of Israel's vaccine being delivered to the people at Sheba Medical Center. This is the Prime Minister Netanyahu coming here and meeting the first person to receive the Israeli vaccine as part of the phase 1 trial. Later we figured out that he did not receive the vaccine, he received the placebo, but that didn't matter. Still he participated in the effort of creating an Israeli vaccine. But creating the Israeli vaccine takes time, and we realize it's not going to stop the epidemic as soon as we want it. So Prime Minister Netanyahu and the State of Israel struck a deal with Pfizer. And what we told Pfizer is very simple. Use Israel as a test field for your vaccine. We are able to vaccinate all of Israel in a very, very, very short period of time, give us all the vaccine and we'll give you back all the data you want to learn. Pfizer said yes, and from that time on, Israel showed the Pfizer company and Alberto Sequeira, his Director General, that the deal they struck with us was not done for nothing. So what we did, why Israel was so successful? Because first we have the right supply chain. As I showed you before, we've been able to support and deliver vaccines who needs to be stored at -70, and Israel was able to do so because we are prepared to emergency, because we know how to handle emergency situation, and because we knew how to spread vaccinations stationed throughout Israel based on the healthcare funds and the hospitals of Israel, including Sheba Medical Center, of course. Second, because we have the right computerized system. You've seen before, we could have collected all the data. Of course, statistical data, epidemiological data. We don't need to know what were the side effects of me while I got the vaccine. It's irrelevant. But the data, accumulated data, is very, very important. And this is the prioritization of our vaccine program. So you can see that in December, we started vaccinating the people above the age of 60, healthcare workers, long-term facility, elderly and their staff who works there, people with severe chronic diseases, and already a month and a half afterwards we could move to other risk groups. And in the late of January we could already move to people above the age of 50 and high school students. And by February, which means less than 2 months since we started our vaccination program, we had enough facilities to vaccinate the entire country of Israel at a rate of up to 150,000 vaccines delivered per day, and we could have gone up to 200,000. Think of that. Israel has just 9 million people. Because you've seen the number of kids we have and children, then the potential of vaccination, we believe, is around 6,500,000, and we are almost there. So this is Prime Minister Netanyahu receiving the first vaccine, the first Israeli to be vaccinated here at Sheba Medical Center. And this is the rate of vaccination of Israel. You can see that Israel has been able to administer vaccine doses, this is the line on red, much, much faster than any other country in the world. And therefore, now we reached almost 90% of people above the age of 50 who are vaccinated, either the first or both doses of the vaccine, but we are on the way toward that. So we are going to have already more than 90% of the high-risk group and the people above the age of 50. Unprecedented in the world. And here you can see that we are, as I told you before, 89% of these people, but overall speaking, we are 57% of the entire Israeli population, taking down the number of children that cannot be vaccinated right now below the age of 16. You can see that we are moving very, very fast to achieving our goal of vaccinating the majority of the Israeli population. We do not force anyone, so we will not get 100%, but we are working now on the last million people left that we can convince them to take the vaccine. And here you can see in the different graphs, I won't go into details. In blue you see people age over 60, the decrease in the rate of infection, the decrease in the rate of hospitalization, the decrease in every other aspect of the disease due to the fact that we first vaccinated these people. The other line, the orange line, follows the people below that, and we understand now that below that age, and we understand now that it will fall down slower as they were second in the priority of vaccination. The same due to cities who vaccinated more, a higher percentage of the cities vaccinated those people. You can see that early vaccinated cities had a decrease in the number of infected people, and late vaccinated cities occurred, the same thing occurred, but afterwards what are the results of our vaccination program? So Maccabi Healthcare Services numbers, this is our second largest healthcare services, showed that the effectiveness of the disease in preventing diseases is 94%. And they show that the people above the age of 60, including the British strain, there is this 96% reduction in the rate of infection. A remarkable results which follow up the Pfizer phase 3 study, which shows Pfizer that they were right in choosing Israel to study the national effects of their vaccine. This is the results regarding death. You can see that death, when you study people above the age of 60, something like 740,000 people, 7 days after receiving the dose number 2, just 3 people out of 743,845 people, just 3 of them unfortunately passed away from the corona. And none of the almost 400,000 people between the ages of 16 and 59 died from the disease. And I'm speaking about data after the 7 days from the second vaccine. This is again the result of the Ministry of Health, which shows that the reduction of infections or prevention is something like 96%. Symptomatic disease is 98%. Hospital admission is 99% prevention. A serious disease is even more than that, if you can have more than 99%. And death is almost 99% reduction. Remarkable results. This is the result of the Ministry of Health of Israel. And these are the result of Sheba Medical Center, our article which was published, correspondence which was published at The Lancet, and you can see that even a single dose of the vaccine diminished the rate of infection between 85 to 94%. This is the first week after the second dose. We believe that most of its effect is due to the first dose of the vaccine. That's the way that Pfizer showed, but again, you can reach up to 94% reduction. If you take the third from the first dose, the third and the fourth week, together it's something like 85% reduction. And this is the Clalit Healthcare Fund study, which was published at the New England Journal of Medicine. And here you can see that again, the rate of infection up to severe disease and symptomatic disease decreased between 92 and 94%. What are the conclusions of the Israeli national effort on vaccination? First, that vaccination is very, very effective. Second, there are very few side effects. Everything is reported. We believe in transparency. So even the few cases which had a symptomatic side effect to the vaccines, like myocarditis or Bell's palsy or the other problems, we reported that. But when you think that more than 5 million people got vaccinated in Israel, or received at least the first dose, there are but few cases of them. And the side effects of corona infection are much more common and much, much more severe, not to speak just about death of these people. So what are the challenges? Is first to vaccinate the special population, the ones who are more afraid or more hesitant from vaccinating, including Orthodox Jews, Arab Israelis, younger people. So here you can see a bar. We gave the people beer, pizza, and vaccine. The same bar, the same night. At their Orthodox Jewish communities, we gave them a special Jewish food called chunt together with a vaccine. We understand that we have to control our borders, both the land and the airports, in order to prevent from the arrival of new variants. And we have to make a new plan for producing vaccines under the permission of Pfizer or other companies in Israel. And we understand that the vaccines are very, very effective, and we must fight fight the fake news and those who deny corona so we can vaccinate the last 1 million people until we can get the permission from Pfizer or the permission from the FDA to vaccinate the kids. And I'll end up my lecture with the immortal words of the father of the evolution, Charles Darwin. And what he said was true about the entire world and also about the state of Israel. The Startup Nation and Sheba Medical Center are the Israelis' leading hospital. It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one that is most adaptable to change. Thank you very much. Toda rabah. May God bless us all.
Good morning.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arnon Afek. That was a very interesting presentation. You have enlightened us on the current Israeli vaccine program and also the Sheba Medical Center's role in that program. And as you mentioned in your final slide there, I hope that Korea, as well as the Soonchunhyang University and Hospital, will continue to be fast adapters to change in this fast-changing world. Now, I believe that we will now conduct a Q&A session, and for that, Professor Eun-jung Kang from the Department of Health Administration and Management here at Soonchunhyang University will ask a few questions.
안녕하세요. Hi, my name is Eun-jung Kang. I am an associate professor at the Department of Health Administration and Management in Soonchunhyang University. It is my honor to participate in Global Innovative Medicine Symposium 2021 as a discussant for Dr. Arnon Afek's presentation on prevention of COVID-19 and the vaccine strategy in Israel. I'd like to thank Dr. Arnon Afek for sharing Israeli experiences of coping COVID-19, both in Sheba Medical Center and in the entire country of Israel. First of all, I was impressed Sheba Medical Center adapted to the unprecedented public health crisis like COVID-19 very quickly and also innovatively. You transformed the parking lot into temporary beds for COVID-19 patients. You also trained physicians in internal medicine on how to respond to COVID-19 as foreseeing the shortage of physicians capable of taking care of COVID-19 cases. You also made separate spaces for COVID-19 in the pediatric ward and psychiatric ward. These actions were very proactive, considering the low incidence and fatality of COVID-19 among children, and most of the actions were taken as early as February or March in 2020. In fact, all these emergency measures taken at Sheba Medical Center can be good examples to public hospitals in Korea. Not only Sheba Medical Center prepared itself for the patient surge, but also started developing vaccines nearly at the same time as implementing the responsive measures to COVID-19, as I said earlier. I presume this could be possible because Sheba Medical Center has always been the center of medical innovation in the world, not just in Israel. Various mega companies in pharmaceutical and IT industries have been research partners of Sheba Medical Center. In addition, as the Prime Minister Netanyahu showed himself up at the scene of the first clinical trial for COVID-19 vaccine, political commitment and leadership to promote medical innovation must have spurred the vaccine development in Israel. Now, I'd like to move on to the vaccination in Israel. As Dr. Arnon Afek said, the national healthcare system that can accommodate to massive vaccination and fully digital electronic medical record system seem to be the secret ingredients of successful COVID-19 vaccination in Israel. Since Korea recently began vaccination, I'm going to ask my questions, focusing on the vaccination. My first question is regarding your electronic medical record system. It is amazing that Israel has the fully digital electronic medical record system that can be accessed to any medical facilities in Israel. Most of the tertiary hospitals in Korea also established their own electronic medical record system, but they are not connected across the other hospitals. I would like you to tell us more about who owns the data and how they handle the issue of data security in Israel.
Is owned by the patient himself and only by him. Once he chooses his primary healthcare physician, the primary healthcare physician can see the data all the time as long as he been chosen to treat the specific patient. Once a patient enters the hospitals, we create a virtual data depository that collects the data from all the stations and show it to the hospital, but only for the time he's being hospitalized and 1 month afterwards. Then it disappears and the people in the hospital do not see it until he revisits the hospital, and the data is, as I said before, is being available only to his primary healthcare giver himself. This system, which connects all the data in a virtual manner, as a virtual data depository, was created by an Israeli startup called, now it's a company, called DB Motion, and this system, in fact, enables to keep both patient privacy as well as to connect the entire system once a patient chooses or being sent to be treated in a certain medical facility, whether it's hospital, outpatient clinic, or any other medical facility.
Second, globally, we observed several developing countries are struggling in administering vaccines. You have emphasized that Israeli government never forced people to get vaccines. Could you tell us what made Israelis voluntarily participate in vaccination? My last
Question number 2. The vaccination campaign in Israel has been a joint effort of the Israeli healthcare system, the government of Israel, with collaboration of the citizens of Israel themselves. I believe that the fact that Israelis are used to emergency situations, that know to react collectively when Israel faces such a situation like the corona pandemic, enables us to recruit a lot of Israelis. Still, we must remember that there are quite a number of Israelis, maybe young one, the majority of them are young one, they do not wish to be vaccinated. I believe that in order to convince them, we should continue explaining to the public, but also create benefits for the people who choose to vaccinate and therefore are entitled to what we call the green pass, like traveling abroad, not need to get into quarantine once exposed to corona patients, as well as not give certain benefits for those who choose, for example, not to vaccinate and are being exposed and then are sent to quarantine. We shouldn't pay them. The public services shouldn't pay them for their quarantine period. But anyway, I don't think we should force people to vaccinate because, first, I don't see any situation by which we run after people with the vaccine in the streets. And the second thing is it will create a suspicion. So the people of Israel did vaccinate the majority of, but those who do not need or did not want to get vaccines, we should convince them, create benefits, but not force them.
My last question is about fake news. Fake news about COVID-19 vaccines seem to be prevalent all around the world. I will appreciate if you can share what kinds of fake news about COVID-19 you have had in Israel and how you have handled them. Thank you again, Dr. Anu Apek, for your time and efforts to share Israeli experiences combating COVID-19. And I look forward to hearing your responses to my questions.
Question number 3. Fake news has been always part of dealing with vaccination. I think that even if you look at the history of vaccination, since the beginning of vaccination against smallpox and the inventions of vaccines, we've always been facing fake news. And people are trying to frighten other people because those who give or they deliver the fake news have no responsibility. So even if they make people not take vaccines, they are not responsible for the damage they caused them. Now in Israel we had, I would say, the same type of fake news the entire world had to face, which is the question of fertility. Some people decided, or I would say frighten others, that it would hurt their fertility, although there is no medical evidence. People have been speaking about large number of side effects, although the side effects of the being sick with corona itself is much, much worse. And I would say the most, unscientific statement that was said was the fact that I'd rather be sick on the natural way. Well, the vaccines themselves take just a small part of the RNA of the corona. Once you get naturally sick with corona, you get the whole bunch of RNA, including enzymes that transform the RNA into DNA. So is that much better? I would say a lot worse. And therefore, what we should be doing against fake news is unrelentlessly use all the best scientific minds and the physicians in Israel or entire world and try to convince the public and tell them the truth. I always tell the truth. And if there's something I don't know, I tell the people I don't know. The second issue is, of course, transparency. Even when there are side effects to the corona vaccine, we always tell the public about them. We never deny them. But again, I tell you, the side effects of the corona itself is much, much worse.
Dr. Arnon Efek and also Professor In Sung Kang, thank you very much for the presentation and also for conducting the Q&A session. Now we are going to adjourn for a break. We have a short 5-minute break and I will see you back here at 11:25 p.m. Thank you very much. Okay, we will now continue on with our third plenary session. If you are still standing outside in the halls for our on-site participants, if you could come inside and take your seats, we will begin plenary session number 3. Now, the speaker for the plenary session number 3 is Dr. Yoon Kang. She is a Senior Associate Dean of Medical Education at Weill Cornell Medical College, and her talk is on the topic COVID-19, Reimagining Medical Education. Now, throughout this session, afterwards, we are going to conduct a Q&A session. So throughout this presentation, if you have any questions regarding the presentation, please feel free to write your questions up in the chat function of the Zoom application, and we will address them in the Q&A section. So without further ado, here is our third plenary presentation.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on what time zone you're in. My name is Yoon Kang. I am the Senior Associate Dean for Education at Weill Cornell Medical College in New York City. And I'm going to talk to you today about COVID-19 and how we're reimagining medical education. As part of this talk, I'll be talking about 3 different overall themes. One is the way in which we've leveraged technology as part of the pandemic in medical education, and what best practices are likely to have staying power going forward. The second theme is the opportunity there's been for enhanced academic integration, and again, what that means for the future of medical education and what that has meant during COVID-19. And finally, a focus on equity and inclusion. This is something that I think is, certainly an emphasis in the United States, but it's a worldwide theme as we think about the COVID-19 pandemic and the distribution, the distribution of the different practices and outcomes related to COVID-19. So with that, I've said COVID-19 multiple times. At this point, I think we need to start with sort of, discussing COVID-19. And I'd like to sort of talk a little bit about where we were as a medical center, with COVID-19, last year. So here's, a slide that showcases the daily confirmed new cases for the 10 most affected, countries. And this is, in March, April, May, of last year. And you can see sort of where the United States, was. This is when we were truly hitting, our first, surge. And here's another slide, that showcases for you the distribution across the United States at that time point in terms of COVID. And New York City was an epicenter within an epicenter, at that point. COVID cases in New York City actually, hit their peak, again in the spring of last year, and in New York City and in our hospital system, we hit our peak in mid-April with about more than 2,500 hospitalizations, at that point. But you can see sort of, in February heading into March, there was sort of, a rapid increase, of cases. And again, this is what's been seen, globally. It's certainly what we saw in New York City. There was a rapid increase, in cases, at that time, and the decrease, was not quite as steep, because many of those hospitalizations were patients who needed to be in the intensive care unit with fairly long, stays. And so there were, a tremendous number of shifts that needed to be made in our hospital, in the physical space actually, and throughout our hospital system, in order to be able to accommodate, more intensive care unit patients and COVID-19. And this is just an example of one of the adjustments that needed to be made. This is an operating room that needed to be converted into intensive care unit space. At the end of the day, we needed to double, our space from, over 100, beds to almost 250 ICU beds. Different spaces had to be reconfigured, again, to, accommodate different needs, and frankly, to allow for assessment of COVID-19 patients in a way that was safe for the other, populations of patients that we had in the hospital. On one side of the slide, you can see sort of a tent that was, and it's an emergency room tent that was, configured outside of the emergency room for a rapid evaluation of potential COVID-19 patients in the ER setting. And then, the other, picture is a fever clinic, actually, that was, established in order to, again, evaluate patients with fever, who, could be separated from other patients, in order to, again, separate this population of potential COVID-19 patients from the rest of our hospitalized population. So again, the surge, from a medical education, standpoint, I'm going to bring us back to that, I promise. The surge, was really, really hitting New York City and our medical center in March of 2020. And so New York City at that point was on lockdown. No one was to leave, essentially their apartments, other than for essential needs. There was, a cessation of elective surgery. At the hospital, all non-clinical staff was remote, which included our medical education, staff and our student support staff. PPE was, becoming, sort of a challenge, as with the rapidly, rising cases. And again, this was not just a phenomena in New York. This is sort of a global phenomenon, but again, as an epicenter within an epicenter, we really felt this actually in February and March, where PPE was, in tight supply. I've talked to you about ICU capacity that needed to be rapidly, built, in order to serve an increasing number of patients with COVID-19. And then in tandem with that, there needed to be redeployment of clinical faculty and residents to staff these ICUs in newly configured, teams. And in total, almost 400 staff were redeployed to, again, accommodate these evolving needs, at the height of the pandemic. And in medical education, we needed to establish fairly rapidly, guiding principles. The first principle you can see, it was ensuring that there was an emphasis, clearly in the context of a pandemic, on public health and clinical care priorities, across all the missions of, our medical center. And every medical center, this had to be priority 1, 2, 3, and 4. And certainly the safety, of our faculty, staff, students, and patients, was, again, part of this priority. As the education dean and as the medical education team, we needed to ensure that there was a commitment to ongoing delivery of academic content in standard graduation, timelines. Again, an MD is not a terminal, degree. So taking a long lens view of what the disruption of COVID-19, potential disruption of COVID-19 on curricular, timelines was not insignificant. We wanted to ensure that we hit these graduation timelines so that there wasn't sort of a challenge with trained healthcare personnel, 2 or 3 years, down the road. We needed to be committed to ongoing academic and non-academic support, student engagement, and their success. And finally, there needed to be a flexible and innovative mindset, during this time. It was a pandemic, every day was like 5 days in terms of, facts, related to the pandemic, evolving, in real time, which caused pivots and shifts, literally on a daily basis. And we needed to maintain, again, a mindset of flexibility and innovation in accordance, however, with CDC, state, and accreditation, guidelines. Those structural elements need to be kept in mind as we, again, held to our other guiding principles. A lot of out-of-the-box thinking, needed to occur in real time. Now, so I'm going to now come to the first, theme of the conversation, which is leveraging, technology. Technology has always, has been, a very impactful, element, of medical education and medical education, training prior to COVID, but it became an absolute necessity in terms of the functioning of the academic medical center space and of medical education. So here we have a curriculum, map, which sort of outlines our curricular program for the MD degree. I just wanted to show this so you again could see sort of where we were, where we were at the height of the pandemic. So our curriculum is a 4-year curriculum. We have an 18-month, foundational science focused curriculum where there still is, however, clinical care context and patient care context and patient care facing experiences. That happens in the first 18 months. And then after that, the focus is on rotations through different clinical specialties, in addition to advanced clinical skills, training once students to establish their real areas of interest clinically, and an areas of concentration, phase, which is 6 months of time for research, for dedicated exploration of an area of interest, with a scholarly construct. And so that's our overall curriculum as seen in this slide. And so that all had to pivot, immediately. In March, as I said, we went to remote staffing and we had to go to a fully remote curriculum across all 4 years. So this obviously had to be mapped out, at that time point across all 4 years. And for anything that could, everything had to be done, remotely. And then we already began our contingency planning, frankly, for what really couldn't be done, remotely going forward, and that we would need to, construct a model to allow for some in-person components. Two, major examples of that would be elements of clinical skills training, physical exam training. There is a limit to what can be taught, and learned remotely. So that's an explicit area that we were already in the remote setting contingency planning for, for going forward. Anatomy is another area where, again, there is a component that can be taught, very fluidly, virtually, but there is a hands-on component to our anatomy curriculum that we needed to think about how we're going to deliver going forward. So this was what was sort of happening, in context of the February-March lockdown in New York City, and the evolving pandemic. And for, anatomy, for instance, there had to be rapid development of teaching materials because this, again, is typically, traditionally taught, in person. And so there was a pivot to a remote teaching format with interactive lectures, which were delivered via Zoom, virtual dissections in small groups, and then clinical case correlations in addition to these virtual dissections. And for the remote anatomy curriculum, new teaching resources absolutely needed to be developed. There were dissection videos that were developed in real time, frankly, by anatomy, faculty, and it was customized to suit the needs of our curriculum. And then there was a dissection manual that delivered on an iBook, platform, that was, again, used in this new remote setting. In terms of the curriculum, I gave you sort of the big picture, the more granular plan for our curriculum. I just wanted to talk for a minute about sort of the central organizing, principles. Obviously, there's the scientific basis of medicine. There's physicianship, which is service, learning, but there's obviously, patient care. And the time that the pandemic was, surging, patient care was sort of going to be an incredible, challenge. And again, in terms of, maintaining our guiding principles, primarily of, allowing for development of clinical skills and academic progression in a completely remote environment, and it got to, a point in March, that even our accrediting body, recognized the fact that there needed to be a pause in-person, training in the actual patient care space. And we actually made, a very, challenging, decision in the height of, our surge, again, with diminishing PPE availability, and frankly, sort of, instability of the clinical care environment from the standpoint, of education. It was not, no longer the clinical care space in February or March, was not a sustainable or effective learning environment as teams were being reconfigured, as different spaces were being reconfigured. There just wasn't sort of, suitability or sustainability for students to be part, of that space. And so for our class of 2022, students, they needed to sort of have a clinical curriculum in-person pause. And we pivoted quickly to sort of remote, clinical experience that, again, would allow for that skills development and allow for academic progression. And at that time, this is March, April, in the actual, clinical setting, I've already mentioned surgeries. All elective surgeries were, off the table, but most surgeries, were not occurring. In-person visits, in March, that's the gray bar, declined as you look at sort of March to April, and telemedicine and video visits surged. And this is sort of where we turned our lens in terms of allowing for students ongoing progression of skills and of academic progress. And luckily, this was sort of, this is a bit of leveraging our own strength. We're very, fortunate that we had already recognized, telemedicine as an area, of need for our medical education programming, because it's actually sort of a growth area within the healthcare delivery system. And so we already had, in place curriculum that was related to the basics of telemedicine, the website manner, i.e. how do you engage patients, how do you interact with patients using a technical platform. We had content related to the remote physical exam and discussing diagnostic reasoning. So we were going to leverage this strength as we sort of took a look at what we could do during this clinical curriculum, in-person clinical curriculum pause. And, there had to be rapid training in electronic health record systems, at unprecedented speed, 2 full classes of students, were trained. And there was a call to teaching faculty for, rapid development of remote telehealth, courses. And you can see that we could deliver, to those students, during the time when they were not in the actual, clinical care space. And you can see these are the areas that we focused on: primary care, emergency medicine, women's health, inpatient hospital medicine, psychiatry, and neurology. And each of these courses had a range of, of activities. But here are the broad categories. Students participated in some way in video visits. They, they assisted in discharge follow-up phone calls, again, with training and, always under, all activities with appropriate levels of clinical supervision. Remote clinical, tasks were part of their activities, and there were didactic, lectures to ensure that students were prepared, in terms of knowledge, related to these activities. And one very important element that we did include for all of these courses, these rapidly developed courses, was frequent debriefing. Because again, this was, uncharted territory in terms of what was going on with the pandemic, and uncharted, territory in terms of what the students might encounter, even in a supervised setting. So we wanted to ensure that, that there were check-ins, frequent check-ins with the students, so that they could provide feedback to us on their patient care activities, and to ensure that they felt that they were supported, frankly, as they were part of, a very important part of actually the clinical care, enterprise. The other space in which, I wanted to pivot for a minute, and, which technology really has had sort of, a place. It's academic processes, and student life. So obviously, remote interviews happen both with admissions and, and with residency, programs, residency program applications. And there's going to be some staying power, I think, with remote interviews, because it really liberalized students to look more broadly, without the time and expense of travel. So that's something that, was a necessity during COVID-19 that I do think will continue to some, degree, or can be considered as another option. Building community was something that was quite a challenge, during, COVID. Again, technology was leveraged to begin, that process. Some components of it may still be maintained, going forward, with orientation activities or other sort of community building activities. I do think, it will never replace sort of some of the in-person pieces related to professional identity development and community building. But again, with time, and with 2020 hindsight, I do think we'll be able to find silver linings from what needed to be done, expediently as part of COVID-19 planning. Remote work, I just want to make sure that we touch upon this. As I mentioned, our staff, anyone who was sort of non-essential, non-clinical staff was, there was a mandate to work remotely at our medical center. And this actually, was not, this was actually what happened across the United States. And if you, take a look at this, the light blue bar is before COVID. This is a survey, that was conducted by this group, as noted. Before COVID, there was far less remote work just overall in the United States than there, is now. And certainly at Weill Cornell and medical education, you can see sort of, again, the light bar is before COVID-19. The black is, at the height of COVID-19, and the gray is, is now. There is going to be a shift, I think, to sort of more remote work and hybrid work, models, because we actually had the opportunity to shift our mental model and prove that there is a role for this, and that there are some efficiencies for some people that come out of this, and that outcome metrics and deliverables, can still be, met, using remote work. It's not that I'm saying that all, work will be remote in the context of medical education, but I do think that there's going to be some staying power for elements of this concept going forward. Academic integration, another big thematic element to discuss in the context of COVID-19 and the future of medical education. We saw a lot of integration that had to happen in real time. And this is what happens in the time of crisis. At the national level, there was integration across national organizations, and I have some listed here. Again, it looks like a bit of alphabet soup, but I will tell you that these are organizations that are umbrella organizations that oversee academic medical centers administratively, from an accreditation standpoint, from a licensure standpoint, and they also represent organizations across the continuum of medical education, from undergraduate medical education through graduate medical education, and out of the conversations and crosstalk that needed to happen across these national organizations to put forward some national guidelines, for that academic medical centers could follow. Out of this was born a coalition for physician accountability, and you can see, the charges of this coalition. It meets twice a year to take a look at issues critical to the regulation of physician education and practice, and to develop consensus on actions to address them. Again, this is this coalition includes a broad band of very important organizations, and I think it's actually again another silver lining of COVID, that there's been these integrated conversations, which will actually allow for us to take a much more continuum related view of medical education, and the life cycle of a student from medical school all the way through residency training into their practice. The other integration piece that's occurred is across the continuum of medical education, and I have here for you some examples of just basic constructs and terminology within undergraduate medical education and graduate medical education that weren't aligned. So in undergraduate medical education, we have entrustable professional activities, and we have objective structured clinical examinations that are used to evaluate the progression of student clinical skills. On the graduate medical education side, there are milestones and clinical competency committees that, again, evaluate the progress of residents, in a different construct, frankly, than the way that we view this in undergraduate medical education. There is far more crosstalk between the undergraduate and graduate medical education space that has occurred in the context of COVID and will continue. And it may, allow for us to look at skills acquisition, differently. Again, here's the Dreyfus model of skills acquisition. And if you, think about it, it takes students from novice to advanced beginners to those who are competent, in certain clinical, in certain domains related to our profession. And then from that comes proficiency, and then experts. And there's an opportunity now to overlay the skills acquisition across the continuum of medical education and think more about a competency-based model. I think this is what's going to need to happen, because there has been, frankly, some level of disruption to the traditional clinical skills, development, training and assessment for the class of 2020, all the way through the class of 2024. At our institution, the class of 2024, the first year students, their fall semester was remote. So we've adjusted their in-person clinical, training. They're now here in the spring, semester, but that's just a very specific example of a level of disruption at one institution that's happened across multiple institutions. And so, I think that, again, we're going to need to take a more competency-based approach and look at training across the UME to GME continuum. At the institutional level, there's certainly been, increased, integration. While Cornell has a tripartite mission, as do many medical, centers, and there's been, a lot more integration across missions because of COVID. There was a need to have daily, team meetings across the clinical research and education space, and certainly for the education, space, this was important, because ultimately the learning environment for our students, is really, driven by the clinical and research missions, aside from, frankly, the classroom space that is within the edifice of, the medical school, itself. The drivers for the learning environment are the other missions. So this crosstalk is critical. As an example, the research restart timeline for our institution is, listed here as the education dean and as the medical education, and the lead for the medical education team. We needed to fully understand what the phased research plan, was going to be, because that actually dictated literally the physical space, boundaries for the number of students who could be, in the actual research space and be doing in-person research versus remote research. And we had to take a phased approach to student reentry into the research space, just as the research mission did for their research faculty. Certainly in the clinical care space, there are a lot of new normals that I've already articulated related to telehealth, reconfiguration of teams, and all of these drive the way that we need to think about our educating our students and our curriculum and how we structure and format the curriculum. Certainly integration occurred across central medical education, again, drilling down to sort of, a more granular, level across our offices. We also had team meetings, almost on a daily basis. And there was a lot more understanding, that the living and learning environment of the students, in order to support it, whether it's during a crisis setting or a non-crisis setting, there is a lot of, overlap between what the student affairs office needs to think about, the curriculum office needs to think about, student health, housing. And so this was actually a very sort of, healthy, change, that was made and will continue, this crosstalk and this, this breakdown of silos across even central medical education offices. Now, Zoom fatigue is something, as an educator, I've heard a lot about. I'm going to ask you all to take a, 20-second break, 30-second break. Give your eyes a break, stretch, and then I'm going to resume. And I'll watch the clock so that there is actually, 20 seconds. So for the final segment, of this discussion, I just wanted to touch on equity and inclusion. I don't think this is something that can be ignored. Frankly, certainly in the United States, I think worldwide, there's been a syndemic. There's, COVID-19, the pandemic has highlighted the disparity of healthcare outcomes, access, and want, a vaccine. And on the other side, of this syndemic is racism and social injustice. Certainly in the United States is something that, that has been highlighted in, during the pandemic. And it's not something that, we can ignore, because truly sort of, certainly, as physicians and as educators, we're obligated to ensure that we understand how we can provide the most, how we sort of promote the most equitable health outcomes for all the patients that we serve. Certainly there's been a lot of student activism, here, and I think likely sort of some of your medical centers and worldwide. And here at Weill Cornell, we've focused on some strategic areas of medical education and launched, this has been a strength, of our institution, but we've launched more specific equity and inclusion, work groups to address some of the key areas that, that are beyond conversation pieces in medical education. Here is sort of, a reason why I think we need to think about this. If you look at the diversification of the US population, for example, versus the healthcare workforce, there's a disconnect. And so that, this is an opportunity to think about this, again, in order to promote the most optimal health outcomes for all the patients we serve. And just to give you an example of what Weill Cornell, has done as we think about diversification of the healthcare workforce, there's a debt-free initiative for all medical students with financial need, they have no debt up to the cost of attendance, which includes not just tuition, but housing, study materials, health insurance. And that's a game changer in terms of allowing students to, who may not have thought about medical school, to think about medical school, right? It's leveling the playing field and, increasing the initial phase of the pipeline of real talent into medicine. And we've looked at the preliminary impact of this, and here's a comparison of our applicants and matriculants. And the comparison is really applicants from 2016 to 2019, and then to 2020. And 2020 is when we launched. September of 2019 is when we launched our debt initiative. So it's this 2020 applicant and matriculant pool that we need to look at to see the impact. And in green, are the areas where there was a statistically significant change, indicating increased diversification, of our applicant pool and then our matriculants, and and really importantly, the traditional metrics of academic success, the MCATs and GPA. In our applicant pool, they actually sort of increased. In our matriculant pool, there was no change. So I'm going to conclude now, with this last slide, again, just to recap sort of the future of medical education that has been sort of, that has been really launched. Some of these elements have really been launched in the context of a worldwide, a pandemic. Leveraging technology, again, technology has been part of, healthcare delivery and medical education. But there's some real, opportunities, going forward, things that have been tried now, in the context of a pandemic. So hybrid curricular formats can be successful, academic processes, leveraging technology, and even hybrid work and staffing models. This concept of increased academic integration at a national, institutional, and a more granular sort of, medical college, level, I do think is important, because it's going to sort of, foster, more collaborative conversations about how do we train and how do we maintain the best trained community of physicians in our healthcare workforce, nationally and globally. And then finally, a focus on equity and inclusion that I don't think we can ignore. Again, if we're really going to be true to our profession and optimize the healthcare outcomes of all the patients we serve, there needs to be a focus on this as well. So, I thank you. And with this, I will end my presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yoon Kang, for that great presentation. It was very informative, but because it was so interesting, we have so many questions for you to learn more about what you can say and to pick your brain so that we can get a bit more insight. So we have fielded questions from the Zoom chat, and now I'm going to read some of them. So we have a question from, let me have a look, I'll go to the Zoom application. Mr. Sung-do Choi from the Department of OBGYN, Obstetrics and Gynecology at Soonchunhyang University. So he has given us many questions, several questions. I will read them out all at the same time, but please feel free to answer them in whichever order you prefer. So he said, after the pandemic, you said that public health and clinical care priorities have increased, which has led to a variety of changes. Is there any change in course, such as the contents of the 2021 curriculum or the lecture time, that reflects the 2020 experience of pandemics? And relating to this question, is remote telehealth course an example of this new curriculum? Is this a new class, or did you change the existing course to remote course? And the second question, what is the educational goal of the Cornell University of Medicine aimed at in the Dreyfus model? And the final question, does Cornell University of Medicine have a curriculum that prepares students for the age of artificial intelligence? If you have a specific operation plan, please let us know. Okay, so those were 4 questions in total, but once again, please feel free to answer them in whichever order you prefer.
Question 1. So the pandemic has, really put a focus on public health and clinical care priorities at every nationally and and globally and at our institution as well. In terms of curricular changes that we are implementing, as the pandemic actually continues to evolve, a bit, changes that have staying power are: 1, we have incorporated a COVID elective into our formal curriculum, in addition to COVID-related content in the form of a translational science course that we have, where there is a conversation about the scientific underpinnings of COVID, as we know it, and a clinical care correlation, to those scientific underpinnings. So that's one curricular change that has staying power. The second is actually, related to telehealth. Again, we had a robust telehealth curriculum prior to COVID, and we certainly refined it during COVID in real time. We'll now look at the healthcare delivery system and see what the realities of telehealth are, and continue to shape our telehealth programming. But that is another component that was actually sort of in the curriculum, but now will be here to stay and will be refined, again based on real-time experience with expanded use of telehealth in the healthcare delivery system. The third, element of our curriculum that is going to change to some degree, based on our experience with COVID, is related to community service and service learning. We've always had a lot of community service that our students participate in, and some of it is in the form of service learning. And right now, there's a real-time opportunity for them to be part of vaccination efforts. And so that's another really important part of the curriculum that is, again, it's evolving right now, and elements of it will remain in place. Question 2. So the Dreyfus model outlines the progression, of skill, and the progression, of a professional, and in this case, a physician, novice to expert. And we plan on, utilizing that model as we move toward a competency-based framework for clinical skills teaching and assessment. So again, there's better alignment of the UME and the GME. So again, the undergraduate medical education and graduate medical education space nationally, and certainly, here at Cornell, that's taking place. And as we've experienced disruptions in the quote unquote normal clinical curriculum, it's given us an opportunity actually to read the training, the clinical skills training and assessment longitudinally from the moment students get into medical school through residency training. And the Dreyfus model is going to be the framework, as we think about competencies that are necessary and competencies that are necessary, and a way to label them as students move through our curriculum. Question 3. So technology, in medicine, in terms of healthcare, delivery, is it's just a really important element of how we do deliver care now, and how we will continue to deliver, care. And technology in medicine is actually a thematic element that we'll be focusing on, and certainly, AI is an important, part of that. So we're currently in the process of exploring, what the core skills that every student will need, relate, of course, knowledge, skills, and attitudes, it's the typical, framework, but we're actually sort of looking at trying to project how will the healthcare delivery system be utilizing, AI, not just today, but 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now. And we're going to work backwards from that in terms of incorporating elements of that into our curriculum. And that will become sort of a core competency piece that we will be implementing as well.
Okay, so Dr. Yoon Kang, thank you for answering those questions. And we didn't have time to address all of your questions. We could only address the questions raised by Mr. Seung-do Che. But thank you, Mr. Seung-do Che, for asking those interesting questions. So now we have wrapped up all 3 plenary sessions for this morning. We are now going to adjourn for a break and come back at 1 p.m. for further talks. Now, for our on-site participants, we are now going to take some commemorative photographs. So if you could please all come to the front of the stage, that would be great. 네, 현장 참가자분들과 함께 이제 기념 사진 촬영 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 그래서 지금 참가해 주신 모든 분들께서는 한 분도 빠짐없이 지금 무대 위로 올라와 주시기 바랍니다. 고맙습니다. afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon session of GIMS 2021. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch break and are all refreshed. You had some time to stretch your legs out and that you are all ready to listen to another series of brilliant presentations. So for our first session, the title is How to Promote Sustainable and Resilient Recovery from COVID-19. Now, we have two presentations for this session, and for the first one, I would like to invite Dr. Jerome Kim. He's the Director General of the International Vaccine Institute, and his talk will be given under the title IVI and its efforts to prevent COVID-19 pandemic.
Hello. It's my pleasure today to speak to the Global Innovative Medicine Symposium on the topic IVI and its efforts to prevent COVID-19. These are my disclosures. Starting from about a year ago, we moved with unprecedented speed, generating around 300 different candidate vaccines against COVID-19. And to date, we have 10 efficacy signals. So far, every vaccine that has entered phase 3 has reported to be both safe and efficacious. You can see the different efficacies located in the box in red. This is a different list of the vaccines broken into neutralizing antibody titers. Neutralizing antibody, of course, is that subclass of antibody that binds to and inactivates viruses. The vaccines themselves were broken pretty easily into three groups. One group had neutralizing antibody titers lower than 100. That included CanSino, Sinovac, Gamaleya, and Bharat. Another group had neutralizing antibody titers between 100 and 500. That included AstraZeneca, Pfizer, Sinopharm, and Johnson & Johnson. And a number of them had, and two, Moderna and Novavax, had neutralizing antibody titers over 1,000. But you can see that efficacy did not necessarily always correspond 100% to simple neutralizing antibody titers. And it turns out that we have to probably control that because each of the organizations, the companies involved in this effort, did their own neutralizing antibody assays in slightly different ways, using slightly different controls. So again, to date, all the vaccines that have been tested have been safe and efficacious. So we now have 10 vaccines showing short-term efficacy and safety. What's the difference? Other big questions include the optimization of dose, schedule, and boosts, potential correlates of protection, effectiveness, or a question around when will we see herd immunity, vaccines and how they interact with mutant COVID-19 strains, longer-term safety and efficacy, longer-term safety follow-up, and post-licensure safety monitoring, which are actually very important. And finally, opposition to vaccination. Now, I'm not going to cover all of these questions in the next section, but I'll cover some of them. The next big question is, what about the next generation of COVID-19 vaccines? Which of those 300 vaccines in the pipeline is actually going to make it into efficacy testing? And finally, what's IVI's role in the COVID-19 pandemic? Well, I think the first question is, what is IVI, the International Vaccine Institute? We are an international organization dedicated to global health. Our headquarters is here in Seoul, South Korea. It was the first international organization to actually be headquartered in Korea. It is OECD recognized as a not-for-profit international organization. We have 36 member countries, 4 state funders, and now 2 additional countries have petitioned for entry, Madagascar and Argentina. IVI works along the entire spectrum of vaccine development, from field surveillance and epidemiology, generating evidence that a disease is a particular problem in low and middle income countries, through lab research and discovery, making new vaccines and testing them in animals, finally doing clinical trials in humans, being involved in the registration of those vaccines with national regulatory authorities, for instance, the Korean Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, or the US FDA, or the DCGI in India, And finally, once a vaccine is approved and in a stockpile, there are a lot of additional questions that need to be answered around effectiveness. How does the vaccine work in the real world? Can we generate evidence that would allow countries around the world to adopt the vaccine? In this, IVI differs a little bit, actually differs significantly from the main funders of global health research in vaccines. CEPI, the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, which funds new vaccine development around outbreak diseases. UNITAID and the Global Fund, which fund late-stage research in HIV, TB, and malaria. And Gavi, the Global Alliance for Vaccines, which purchases vaccines and distributes them around the world to countries that meet a certain threshold of income. This is IVI's pipeline. And in this sense, IVI looks like a biotech, a vaccine biotech. So you can see where IVI's vaccines developed in the IVI's laboratory in blue are being developed. New cholera conjugate vaccine, a Shigella vaccine, a tuberculosis vaccine, a low-cost hepatitis A vaccine, and others. In yellow are shown vaccines where IVI is assisting other companies in vaccine development. So for instance, for MERS-CoV, a DNA vaccine with gene 1, with chikungunya, a whole inactivated vaccine against the chikungunya virus, with schistosomiasis, an early stage phase 1 trial with a small company in the United States called PAI. In addition, IVI works in a later stage, in phase 3, proving that vaccines are safe and efficacious, like the IVI typhoid conjugate vaccine, made currently by SK Bioscience and also by the Indonesian company Biopharma. A number of IVI vaccines are actually beyond licensure and are being tested in phase 4 studies or in effectiveness studies. This would include the Bharat typhoid conjugate vaccine, a GSK vaccine against cervical cancer, and a hepatitis E vaccine from a Chinese company named Innovax. So we can work along the entire vaccine value chain in order to accelerate vaccine development, particularly for unincentivized diseases, those diseases that are particular problems in low and middle income countries where no high-income country vaccine manufacturer would normally be engaged in vaccine development. In addition, IVI, as you might expect, has been engaged in COVID-19 vaccine research. So in preclinical with Genexin, Sumagen, Celid, and others, in clinical with Inovio, and in phase 3 with a Chinese company named Clover. IVI is also analyzing the laboratory samples from 2 human clinical trials of different COVID-19 vaccines made by Korean manufacturers, including Genexin and Celid. This is a quick summary of the COVID-19 vaccine research and development being conducted by IVI. Early on, we recognized that there was not enough good data coming from low and middle income countries, particularly in Africa and South Asia. So we worked with funding from CEDA to identify 2 sites in Africa to fund epidemiology studies to better understand the burden of disease in Africa. We also received funding from BMBF to work on sites in South and Southeast Asia. And in addition, the Gates provided funding to strengthen phase 3 trial capacity to do clinical testing of COVID-19 vaccines, particularly the important safety and efficacy trials in sites around the world. So IVI received funding for 2 sites in Africa and 2 sites in Asia. Those sites actually currently have ongoing planned trials of different types of COVID-19 vaccines, all in phase 3 development. We also worked with organizations like NIBSC and the World Health Organization to develop an international standard for COVID-19 serum, which is very important in standardizing assays. And finally, we provided preclinical, that is animal study support for a number of different vaccines, not only Korean, but also Indian and others. So IVI was able to use all of its different capabilities in order to enhance and accelerate vaccine research and development for different COVID-19 vaccines. I think what you'll see is missing is an IVI vaccine. Early on, in February of 2020, we made a positive decision not to engage in vaccine development of our own, reasoning that we would be of better use to many different organizations in accelerating their vaccine development. If we were seen to be developing a vaccine of our own, IVI might be accused of a conflict of interest. So to get around that, we decided not to pursue our own vaccine. And this has allowed us then to work on multiple organizations' vaccines, including vaccines, hopefully, that will go into phase 3 clinical trials in the next few months. Let's take a step backwards and look at COVID-19 vaccination worldwide. This is as of the beginning of January in 2021, and this is where we are now. So you can see that some countries have made significant progress in terms of population-wide vaccination. You can also see that there are large parts of the world where vaccination has not proceeded at all. And IVI's particular task is ensuring that countries around the world, low and middle income countries, also have access to vaccination. Another question that is often asked is, are there meaningful differences in the vaccines? With regard to safety, there are differences in reported adverse events, but for the most part, these are not limiting. And I think the one exception that we have right now is the vaccine from AstraZeneca. And you'll see a little bit more on that in a subsequent slide. In terms of efficacy, we have seen differences in reported efficacy, going anywhere from 50% to 95%. I think that the most important thing to recognize here is this is efficacy against mild symptomatic disease. If you look at the more important severe disease or disease resulting in hospitalization, almost all the vaccines report very, very high levels of protection, in excess of 80%, in reduction of hospitalization in severe disease. So the differences are less pronounced as we look at the most severe consequences of COVID-19 disease. And when you're a country, or if you happen to be an individual getting a vaccine, what you want is for the vaccine not to be a problem, and for disease that occurs after vaccination not to be associated with hospitalization or death. And it seems that all the vaccines have that capability of preventing severe disease and hospitalization. Another question that's arisen is, do the vaccines work after a single dose? Well, there are two vaccines, Johnson & Johnson and CanSino, which are actually designed as single-dose vaccines, and both of those showed efficacy. More important, though, are the vaccines that are two-dose regimens. And in those particular vaccines, a first-dose effect is often seen. So Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, and the Sputnik V vaccine all show some level of efficacy for preventing mild symptomatic PCR-positive disease after the first dose. Typically then, vaccine efficacy is higher after the second dose. But again, that would be something we expect. Does this mean that these two-dose vaccine regimens that have been tested as two doses could be used as a single-dose regimen? I think it's really important to remember that when we design a study, when the study design is approved by a national regulatory authority, that regulatory authority approves the experimental design. The vaccine trials then are designed to answer a very specific question around one dose or two doses. We may be able to generate additional information, not extraneous information, additional very useful information, but the experiments were not designed to look at those questions. So national regulatory authorities have to look very carefully at whether they will allow single-dose regimens to proceed in the setting where all of the vaccines, or most of the vaccines, were tested as two-dose regimens. The next question that comes up has to do with the variants, and there'll be more on this in a subsequent slide. We know that the vaccines generate what we call neutralizing antibody, an antibody that binds to and inactivates virus. And we know that in a test tube, many of the vaccines will actually show evidence of neutralization of the variants. The neutralization is less strong than is seen with the original Wuhan strain, but neutralization is present nonetheless. Two of the vaccines from Johnson & Johnson, a single-dose vaccine, and Novavax, which is a two-dose vaccine, have shown efficacy against the South African variant, probably the more serious of the two principal variants, the other one being the Brazilian variant. All of the vaccines appear to work against the variant from the UK, B.1.1.1.7, if you use the nomenclature currently being used. Another question, and a very important one, is When can we take off the mask? So we can't really answer that question yet, and why? We know that the vaccines reduce symptomatic disease. What we don't know is whether the vaccines actually prevent infection. And by extension, then, if they prevent infection, do they prevent transmission? So we don't really have data on that. We do have some information from Pfizer and from AstraZeneca that there is a decrease in asymptomatic PCR positive disease. In other words, in infection. So there is some data that the vaccines do prevent infection. Do they prevent transmission? Possibly, but again, we don't have direct data to address that from the trials that were done to date. Can we improve upon the current vaccines? So how do we do the following? How do the following? Safety and adverse events, efficacy against mutants, schedules and booster dosing, and cost and ease of use look and impact current and future COVID-19 vaccines. With regard to safety, this is something that has come up in the last several weeks, and in particular has been focused on the vaccine from AstraZeneca. There was a report out of Europe that the AstraZeneca vaccine was associated very rarely with blood clots, and unusual blood clots in the brain, which is, again, is fairly unusual. These occurrences were about 1 in a million doses administered. Again, this may change as additional information is collected. The World Health Organization and the European Medicines Agency both have said that given the current risk of COVID-19 outbreaks in Europe, that the vaccines are safe to use, that the risk of severe disease or death from COVID exceeds the risk of blood clots from the AstraZeneca vaccine. Even with that, and even with a potential mechanism for the vaccine to induce these blood clots, the agencies have continued to say that the vaccine appears to be safe and efficacious. I know that a number of Koreans, around 700,000 Koreans, have received COVID-19 vaccines, primarily the AstraZeneca vaccine. What I've done here is show the data from phase 3 trials. Now, phase 3 trial data is very important because unlike the real world where you get your vaccine and if you have a severe complication, you may end up calling back to the doctor or to the hospital that gave you the vaccine. In phase 3 trials, nurses, study nurses, actually are very, very careful in eliciting adverse events from volunteers. So if a volunteer volunteers for a trial, they not only get their vaccine, but 30 minutes after the vaccination, the nurse queries them about side effects. And then they receive a card that they fill out on their own, a diary card. So nowadays, a diary card is electronic. And they capture every time they don't feel right. And often then the nurses will follow that up with additional calls just to make sure that people are doing all right. And what you can see is that headache appears to be a very common side effect for multiple vaccines. So up to 50% of people may have mild to moderate headache. Other things like myalgia seem to be more prevalent with the Moderna, Pfizer, and AstraZeneca vaccines. Fever and fatigue, again, a little more common with Moderna and Pfizer, but again, this is mild to moderate fever. Oops. How do the vaccines work against SARS-CoV-2 variants of concern? These are in vitro data, that is test tube data from the different vaccines, looking to see whether people who are given the Pfizer or Moderna vaccines continue to neutralize, generate proteins that inactivate the South African and British UK variants of the vaccine. And in fact, they do at somewhat lower titers than they did originally, but still presumably at sufficiently high titers to work against these viruses. More importantly, there are actual clinical data that the Johnson & Johnson and Novavax vaccines work against the South African strain. And actually, I showed that on a previous slide. So what is shown in the upper part of the panel are the frequencies of different nucleides of COVID-19 that are appearing. And the GRY strain, shown in green on the right-hand side near the dotted line, is actually the South African variant. How will the vaccines work against these? Well, we have some data on AstraZeneca and Johnson & Johnson, as I've said, and we're anticipating seeing additional data with the second wave of vaccines that are coming out, probably with efficacy data reported in May to June timeframe, and then with the true second wave vaccines reported in Q4 of 2021 and Q1 of 2022. So will new variant vaccines be considered like influenza vaccines for the purposes of regulatory approval? So would you just be able to add a new variant to your vaccine and the regulatory agencies will be okay with that? Well, we don't know the answer to that, and it was a subject of a recent consultation. Nothing has been decided yet, but the US FDA has issued guidance on what it would consider to be appropriate information for approving the use of vaccines against variants, if the company has actual clinical data on the efficacy and safety of a vaccine against the original Wuhan strain. We talk a lot about correlates of protection in COVID-19, and unfortunately, we don't have one yet. What is a correlate of protection? A correlate of protection is a laboratory test. It's a laboratory test that often will tell us whether infection-fighting proteins, antibodies against COVID-19 are being produced or whether neutralizing antibodies are present. But they go a step farther than that. Correlates analyses look at vaccinated infected people, so people who got vaccinated and became infected, compared to people who were vaccinated and were protected. And as you can imagine, those people who are vaccinated and protected often have higher levels of antibody or neutralizing antibody than people who were vaccinated and uninfected. At some point, we can do a correlates analysis, and that correlates analysis may tell us a level of neutralizing antibody or binding antibody that appears to be associated with protection. If we have that information, it greatly simplifies future phase 3 trials. No longer do we have to do trials involving 60,000 people. We can do trials involving 1,000 people. And as you can imagine, a trial involving 1,000 people is faster, is cheaper, and it allows us to answer a lot of additional questions about dosing and schedules and whether or not we can use different kinds of boosters. You know, do we have to use the Pfizer vaccine for the original prime and then additional late boost at year 1 or year 2 or year 3? Or can we mix and start with Pfizer vaccine and then switch to AstraZeneca? A lot of those questions can be answered quickly with correlates in place. Unfortunately, you can see that we should already have correlates determined for several of the vaccines, and to date, so far, we don't have any announced. I'm sure that some of them are being worked on now, and there is some preliminary data that makes it appear that either binding antibody or neutralizing antibody appear to correlate with the efficacy that is seen in phase 3 trials. Very important. This gives you an idea of the different waves of vaccines. And so in this case, they called them wave 1, wave 1A, and wave 2. Vaccines in wave 1 and wave 1A will actually have clinical endpoints. So the vaccine will be tested for its ability to protect against symptomatic COVID disease and for safety. In wave 2, we hope that we will have a correlate of protection, and it's also called an ICP, immune correlate of protection. If we have the immune correlate of protection, these trials can be done more quickly. And you might imagine why this might be necessary. As countries begin to roll out vaccine, it will be increasingly unethical not to provide that vaccine to all people living in the country. That will make it very difficult to conduct trials with placebos in them, and will make it extremely difficult for companies that are bringing on products in wave 2 with efficacy trials estimated to begin in June to November of 2021. So we're going to need to depend on immunobridging or an immune correlate of protection for the wave 2 vaccines. I've been talking about the need to optimize schedule dose and the potential need for boosting. And I think that people are probably wondering, well, why? We know that the Pfizer vaccine works at 21 days, 2 doses, 21 days apart. The Moderna, 2 doses, 28 days apart. AstraZeneca, well, we're not really sure. In the American trial, it seemed to have 76% efficacy against mild to moderate disease with 2 full doses 1 month apart. But that wasn't seen in the original AstraZeneca trial. What the original AstraZeneca trial tells us is, when we were moving the vaccines very quickly to demonstration of efficacy and safety, we didn't have as much time as we would normally have to optimize the schedule or the dose. And what you can see here, and it'll be circled in red, is that subjects who accidentally got a lower dose initially, so we call it the LD, low dose, followed at least a month later by a full dose, an SD, standard dose, they had efficacy of 90%. Whereas those people in these trials that had 2 full doses had an efficacy of 62%. Now, why would that be? Actually, there is a potential reason. We're not sure if this is the correct reason, but sometimes the lower prime, the lower first dose, sometimes generates stronger immune responses when you give a later boost. The other thing that they found was, and that's shown in the bottom panel, that as they move the dose out, so I said, volunteers in these trials got a dose at least a month apart. Part of the reason was, and again, this was not by design. So if you're a regulatory agency, you're thinking, well, they didn't do it on purpose. They didn't do it the way they said they were going to do it, but they added a second dose. And sometimes the people got it a month apart, a month after the original dose, but often, particularly in the beginning, some people got the dose at month 2 or month 2.5 or month 3. And what they found was very interesting. Vaccine efficacy appeared to increase as the interval was spaced out. So at an interval of 12 weeks, they saw efficacy of 80%, whereas at an interval of less than 6 weeks, they saw efficacy under 60%. Again, getting to the idea that a half dose might be better, a longer interval between doses might be better. Again, getting to the idea that for AstraZeneca, it could be a good thing that we are looking at other doses, because these other schedules may actually save vaccine or increase the efficacy of the vaccine that we have now. One of the things that is coming up now, as we're rolling vaccines out and as countries are trying to deal with the current shortage of vaccine, is cost. And this looks like a very confusing slide, but this is actually from the UNICEF website, and it tells you what different countries are paying for different vaccines. So in blue, you can see AstraZeneca, and I just highlighted 2 of them. Sri Lanka and South Africa are getting the AstraZeneca vaccine for about $5 a dose. Other countries, like the European Union countries, are paying less. They're paying about $2 a dose. On the private market in Bangladesh, you can pay around $20 a dose. So again, it differs from country to country. Some vaccines, like the vaccine from Sinopharm, Beijing Institute of Biological Products, CNBG in green, have a vaccine that is currently being sold for around $18 to $20 a dose, but in some countries as high as $40 a dose. And it depends, because I've only highlighted one of the vaccines there. You can see to the African Union, it would be $40 a dose. So how is vaccine pricing being determined, and why are countries that can least afford it, like countries in the African Union, being charged $40 a dose? The Gamaleya vaccine, here you can see being sold to the African Union for $10 a dose, a more reasonable cost. But the wide variation in prices makes purchasing much more difficult and may lead to unfortunate effects where the unfortunate impact for different countries. A country that is getting a vaccine for a lower price may not get that vaccine may get that vaccine only with significant delays. A country that is paying more may insist on vaccine delivery earlier. It would be much better. It would provide better access and better equity for vaccine use if there were a standard price for each vaccine that reflected the vaccine's cost of goods, actual cost of goods. Typically with vaccines, there's a lag, unfortunately. So I use rotavirus vaccine as an example all the time. Rotavirus vaccine was introduced, approved in the United States in 2006. By 2009, rotavirus diarrhea had nearly disappeared in the United States. In 2009, the World Health Organization approved rotavirus vaccine and recommended it. In 2021, 60% of children around the world do not receive 3 doses of rotavirus vaccine. If that kind of delay, if a 12-year delay occurs with COVID-19 vaccines, we are going to be living with this problem and new variants of concern for a long, long time. So to get around that, COVAX was suggested. COVAX is 189 countries led by CEPI, Gavi, and the World Health Organization that will purchase 2 billion doses, roughly 20% of demand, for each of the countries participating. Now, this is important. Why? For the first time, we're getting near concurrent access to an innovative vaccine technology in high-income countries as well as in low and middle-income countries. Is it perfect? No. Is it being given out by priority to the countries that need it the most first? No. It's the initial, the first phase of COVAX. They're providing vaccine, roughly 20% of vaccine, to all countries around the world, regardless of need. In the second round, hopefully that is the round beyond 2021, vaccine may be provided on the basis of need, and that may be much more important. Within COVAX, 92 countries will have access to no cost or very, very low cost vaccines through the COVAX AMC mechanism. Again, a very important point. And not only the poorest countries are eligible. So again, Korea has joined COVAX, and Korea is supporting this mechanism that will provide some access to all countries around the world. Now, that's the good news. And as often the case with COVID, there's often bad news as well. The bad news is we need, 8.8 billion doses have been reserved primarily by high-income countries, far in excess of what they'll actually need to vaccinate their populations. Modeling suggests that if the first 2 billion doses are taken by high-income countries without any regard to access and equity, global COVID deaths, 2.7 million deaths so far, will double. We need to begin to share the vaccine, to provide some mechanism to provide excess vaccine to countries around the world. Now, I know people are thinking, well, this saves lives, vaccines save lives. But there are also dramatic economic costs. I think people understand that the cost of the first year of COVID may be in the trillions of dollars, maybe as high as $25 trillion. If the high-income countries succeed in vaccinating their populations first, to the exclusion of low and middle-income countries, the National Board of Economic Review, and now a separate study from the Brookings Institute, suggests that the high-income countries will pay a cost for that. A cost in the range of $4 to $5 trillion. So again, no one is safe until everyone's safe. COVAX is an important first ever mechanism, and hopefully this will be one of the legacies, a beneficial legacy of COVID-19. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today, and I hope to answer questions in the following session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jerome Kim, for walking us through that comprehensive update on the ongoing coronavirus vaccine trials and mass rollouts. As you said in the closing there, no one is safe until everyone is safe. Now we'll move on to the Q&A session, and to moderate the Q&A session, we have a Korean person here to join us. So we have Deputy Director Hyun-woo Kim. He is from the Medical Device Safety Bureau of the Korean Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. So, Mr. Hyun-woo Kim, the floor is yours.
Thank you for your presentation. It is very, very valuable information for me, especially in this pandemic era. Also, I really appreciate the Suncheon University staffs for preparing this special session. My name is Hyun-woo Kim from Korea MFDS. I actually working in a medical device area, not related with the vaccine much. Anyhow, I wonder how your organization communicate with government authorities in each economies, and what kind of communication you have with them. How you help them for their better decision to improve public health. And I have one more question as one of general people, not from government side. There are many considerations for vaccine about safety and efficacy. I think these considerations were from lack of enough information. Do you have any comments right now for the people or any plan for future?
With the government and governmental authorities in several ways. First, when we are conducting clinical trials, either vaccines primarily for export or vaccines for use in Korea, IVI establishes contact with the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety and conducts discussions with the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, sometimes in advance of clinical trials, which is required under the normal good clinical practices regulations. IVI behaves as a sponsor in some of these clinical trials and as an executor of the clinical trials in others, and each role has a slightly different relationship to governmental authorities. IVI also communicates with governmental authorities by participation on Korean government committees. For instance, a committee advising the government on COVID vaccines, or a committee advising the government on the use of particular or recommendation of particular vaccines. Vaccine safety and efficacy is paramount. Unlike drugs, which are given to make people well, vaccines are given to healthy people to keep them healthy. So we have to make sure that the vaccines, particularly vaccines for COVID-19, are safe. We do this in several ways. Clinical trials are designed to bring people back time and time again and to ask them directly whether they've suffered any ill consequences from different vaccines. And globally, over 200,000 people have participated in trials of COVID-19 vaccines. So that for the period of observation in the study, there is a very large amount of very important information collected on side effects from the different vaccines. Once a vaccine starts to be used, however, governments themselves collect information on whether or not people are suffering adverse consequences from vaccination. And again, this is a very important thing. The higher income countries like Korea or the United States or the countries in Europe actually have large databases which they compile and submit to international authorities so that we have very, very large safety databases available. The same is applying to COVID vaccines. In fact, it's happening now and is being used to evaluate this question around the AstraZeneca vaccine. So if you review the very long document that the European Medicines Agency has prepared on COVID-19 vaccine safety, you can see the different considerations that the agency went through as it looked at this question of blood clots and the potential causes of the blood clots and what has to be done in order to change the warning labels that are put on the vaccines or in the product inserts, and what information has to go out to the people who provide the shots. With regard to efficacy, the vaccines have different reported efficacy for the prevention of mild disease. So for instance, the AstraZeneca vaccine was 60% if you gave a full dose followed at least a month later by a second full dose. If you gave a half dose followed at least a month later by a full dose, you had an efficacy of 90%. If you happened to get the AstraZeneca vaccine in the United States and you got 2 full doses, you had an efficacy of 76%. And that's very different, it seems, from the efficacy of the Pfizer vaccine, 95%. And so how do we make sense of this? I think that the important thing to remember is what we want the vaccines to do is to prevent severe disease that leads to hospitalization and death. And all the vaccines appear to do that pretty well. And not only that, but appear to do that for the mutant viruses, the variants of concern. So that for the important question of if you take this vaccine, even if you get infected, will you get sick? The answer appears to be the vaccines are very effective at preventing the severest form of disease. And I like to put it in an analogy. If you imagine COVID-19 infection to be a tiger, it's best to avoid the tiger altogether. And vaccines do help you do that. But if you do happen to become infected, instead of the COVID tiger putting 14% of people in the hospital and killing 2% of them, almost no one goes into the hospital after vaccination. So you converted the tiger into an alley cat. It's still not a good thing, to get COVID-19 infection, but the presence of vaccination and vaccine-induced protective responses allows the body to fight off the infection more successfully.
Okay, and with that, we will wrap up the Q&A session for presenter 1. So thank you once again to Dr. Jerome Kim and Deputy Director Hyunho Kim. Let's move on to our next presentation. For our next presentation, we have Professor Michael Farzan. He is the professor and department chair at the Scripps Research Institute. And his presentation today is under the topic of the novel COVID-19 vaccine development at Scripps Institute.
Today I'm going to talk about how scientists and then scientists at Scripps are doing their best to address what we call the coronavirus challenge. And I do want to get a little bit of housekeeping out of the way first of all. So the first thing is, what are we going to call this thing? Because everybody calls it something a little bit different. The coronavirus, the virus, the COVID-19 virus, the SARS coronavirus, the SARS coronavirus 2, or new coronavirus, a lot of different things. I think I'm going to settle in on SARS coronavirus 2 because I think it's scientifically accurate and it reflects the close relationship that this virus has with SARS coronavirus 1. And more to the point, when I'm going to slip into a little bit of jargon or nickname and refer to it as SARS-1 and SARS-2. So if I'm saying SARS-2, I'm talking about the new coronavirus, the big coronavirus that we're dealing with right now. So now let's look at the tools that we have at our disposal. Okay, so we have, I think everybody is aware, we have drugs, remdesivir and chloroquine. There's a number of other drugs. Biologics, you may not be as familiar with the term, but this would be proteins that you would inject. So on Jamie's list, we looked at the word Humira. That's an antibody that people with rheumatoid arthritis inject into themselves. These are very powerful, and there's other kinds of engineered biologics that are somewhat antibody-like that I'm going to talk about in a second. We also have, of course, vaccines, and there's 80 now vaccines being propelled forward, and they vary in a huge number of different ways. And then finally, we have convalescent sera, meaning that an individual who got sick, who is now better, their blood, their sera can be infused into somebody else who's quite sick, and that will work therapeutically. But that gives us a lot to talk about in this short talk, and I hope to leave some time for questions, which I think can be most interesting. Now, the good news is that I'm helped a lot because Arnab Chatterjee is going to be talking about drugs in the next talk, and he's both going to be talking about this amazing library that Scripps has, this reframe library of 14,000 compounds that have already been shown to be safe in humans. And I'm sure he's going to be talking about the full array of drugs that are available, and people are discussing whether it's the Gilead drug remdesivir or chloroquine or any other hot topics there. So that makes my life kind of simple because all of the rest of the things that are on this list have a common element, and that common element is the antibody. And I'm showing you here a very simple version of an antibody. You can see that it's kind of got two chains. It's a dimer of a dimer. So it's got this heavy chain and this light chain. And in these blue colors, I'm representing the place where it would bind the virus or would bind any pathogen. And so all of these other agents that I'd like to talk about all come down to the activity of antibodies. So that leads us, let me first, before I move on to a slightly more sophisticated model of an antibody. And in that model, this is a ribbon diagram that roughly places the ribbon where the atomic coordinates are, where the actual atoms of this molecule are placed. And then we superimpose this kind of easy to understand ribbon on those locations. So there is a good deal of reality to this model, and we use these kinds of models a lot of the time. But in any case, we can see that, first of all, the two chains of the molecule represented in this sort of pinkish color and the cyan color. The cyan color is a heavy chain, we call it, and the pinkish color is a light chain. But that's not the important distinction. The important distinction is up here, the business end where the antibody binds the pathogen, in this case the virus. And then there's a second business end down here, which is where the antibody engages with the rest of the immune system. So both of those components are important. And the properties of this thing down here actually become quite important as we think about what makes a good vaccine or what it makes a good passively infused antibody. So that's that's our sort of our first pass at antibodies. And then knowing that antibodies are the sort of important things here. Excuse me, before I go forward, I want to point out that that Scripps, when it built this beautiful campus in Jupiter, Florida, was wise enough to realize that antibodies were very important. So wise were they that they actually built a statue to the antibody as you come into our entrance. So anytime you're visiting our campus in Jupiter, Florida, you can take a look at this antibody and realize we knew these things were important, and they are indeed important. I would even say they're the hero of our story here. Sort of moving back to antibodies, the three key questions that I want to look at today are, how do we make antibodies? Okay. And then how do antibodies stop the virus? And then how will all of this help us end the pandemic? And so let me try to get to each of these questions. And let's start with, how do we make antibodies? And this, I was thinking that one should and we could give a semester-long class on the process of generating antibodies in the human body. But we can actually reduce it to very simple principles. And the simple principles are the same principles that we know evolution works with all the time. Basically, you diversify, you make a lot of variants of something, closely related variants of something, and then you impose some selection onto that. And then you take that which you have selected and you multiply and diversify again, and then you select again. It's very, very straightforward. And what our immune system has done is they've taken these wonderful principles of evolution and they've internalized them into your body. So we're doing that exact same process in your body that is the process by which species evolution also occurs. And there's a little subtle difference here. There's a lot of differences. For example, antibodies don't have sexual selection, so they don't, in general, although you can somewhat argue they might, two different antibody-producing cells don't exchange material and come up with a completely different antibody. But the most important distinction is evolution writ large does not, is kind of agnostic on the principles by which it is selected. That is to say, it might be that the mold is holding tighter onto your bathtub. That's the principle by which selection can occur, or having better plumage, or you name it. Evolution in general is agnostic, but the immune system is not agnostic. What the immune system is selecting on is the ability to bind more and more tightly to something, a pathogen, a virus, that appears to the immune system to be dangerous. And that word dangerous is actually quite important because many people view the immune system as something that distinguishes self from non-self. That's true. But the immune system also needs clue that a particular thing is going to be dangerous. And there's a lot of clues. And those clues are things that people who manufacture vaccines also try to emulate. So we not only try to provide something that looks like the pathogen, but we try to emulate those danger signals as well. But in any case, what we do in our bodies when we make antibodies is we make a lot of different variants. We select them for their ability, or they are selected for their ability to bind a pathogen. Those get, again, amplified and diversified and selected again, on and on. And that's the process by which you get what we call high affinity, tight binding antibodies to bind what we call an antigen, which is just a piece of a virus that the antibody binds. Okay, so that's how we make antibodies. One semester course down into one slide. The next question, which is a little bit more interesting still, is how does an antibody stop the virus? And actually, it's not more interesting. It's kind of simple. And the first thing to do is to start with this model we've all grown to hate of this virus. But the thing about this model, we're really sick of this model, is that it's actually scientifically quite good, because it shows exactly what is really truly exposed on this virus. So you can see in the gray here, if I can point to it, that is your lipid membrane. And then the little orange and yellow BB things, those are representing proteins that are not very well exposed. They're not that important. For those of you who care, this is the M protein, and that is the E protein. Yellow is the E protein, orange is the M protein. But what the real important thing we need to focus on here is the red protein. And this particular model of the red protein, if you look carefully, is good. It appears to have been based on an actual cryo-EM structure. And what you can see is that it looks like a triangle, and it's a triangle because it's a trimer. There's actually 3 different identical versions of the same protein coming together there. And then in the middle of that is the place, right dead center in the middle of that is the place that that protein will bind the receptor, as I'll show you in a second. But let's get rid of that horrific model, because gosh, we see it way too many times, and just sort of simplify it down a little bit. Again, so we just have these red spikes. I've sort of gotten even rid of the trimer part of that, and just the gray lipid membrane. Nothing else is important, okay? And we're gonna, next few slides are just gonna walk down in a very cartoony way. By the way, the cartoons were modified from some nice graphics from the New York Times, so full credit there. A cartoony way, exactly how the virus gets into the cell, and therefore, and then how an antibody blocks that process, giving away the punchline here. But before we do, let's remind you that there's an inside of the virus as well. And so again, you can see the red spikes, the most important part, these yellow and orange proteins, not so important for our purpose. What remains important is the RNA in the middle. That's important in part because a good deal of our testing is associated with recognition of that RNA. And then what the New York Times failed to show you is a protein associated with that RNA. It's called nucleocapsid. And that's protein's only worth mentioning because that is a useless, let me say it this way. Your body tends to make a lot of antibodies to that protein. These are useless antibodies, but they're an important component of the serological testing that's going on. So the internal protein called nucleocapsid associated with RNA is a bad antigen, but it is being used to detect whether people are seropositive, meaning whether they've seen the virus or not, whether their immune system has seen the virus or not. So that's the virus as we can see it. Now we're going to get to the question of how do antibodies stop the virus? And the first thing to tell you is that this virus, through its spike proteins, through these red proteins, bind this little, looks like a wrench to me, but it's a molecule that I'm kind of proud to say that my wife, Hedy Shea, and I identified back in the day for SARS-1. It happens to be the same receptor for SARS-2. And what I'm showing you here is the lipid membrane of a cell. And in this case, because it's expressing ACE2, it might be a cell in your nose, or it might be a cell in your lungs, or it might be a cell in your gut. But it's only on a subset of all your cells, but it is on important cells for the virus to replicate. And you can see that the first thing that happens for the virus to get into the cell is it kind of latches on to this receptor. We call it ACE2. So let's pause for a second and ask ourselves, well, what is ACE2? So we know a lot about this molecule. The most important thing to say is, in this context, is that it's necessary for both SARS-1, the original 2002-2003 SARS, and now SARS-2 to replicate. So without this molecule, the virus will not enter the cell and it will not replicate. It will be stopped cold. The other thing about angiotensin II is its normal day job is to regulate your blood pressure. And so many of you have heard of ACE inhibitors. These are actually targeting a molecule called ACE1, not ACE2. So ACE1 is something that cleaves a little peptide called angiotensin. The details aren't so important, except for the fact that when ACE1 cleaves angiotensin, it signals the body to constrict its blood vessels and raise your blood pressure. So if you inhibit ACE1, your blood pressure goes down. Now, it turns out ACE2 actually counteracts the activity of ACE1, and this makes it very complicated as we think about the role of high blood pressure in COVID pathology. But in any case, that is the day job of ACE2, is to be part of the system for regulating your blood pressure. Now, where is ACE2 expressed? Well, it's expressed very importantly on your, what we call your upper respiratory tract, in your nasal epithelium, in the nose lining in the cells lining your nose that allow you essentially to smell. And they communicate with neurons that allow you to smell. They're also very importantly in your lower respiratory tract, in something we call type 2 pneumocytes. These are the cells that help to provide mucus in the region of your lungs in which gas is exchanged. And that's also critically important. And in addition to that, it is in your gut, all over your GI tract. And that we know because most coronaviruses actually transmit through the oral fecal route. Almost for certain, we got this virus because a bat pooped on either a human or an intermediate species that then transmitted to humans. Oral fecal is the primary route by which these classic coronaviruses transmit in the wild. It's also importantly on your heart and your intestines, and we can see that from the pathologies of the more serious COVID cases, because there's a good deal of heart pathology and also intestinal pathology that is associated with this, and that simply maps to the location of ACE2 on these cells, meaning that there is infection and inflammation in those tissues. I want to get back for a second to talking about the nasal epithelium and then the lower respiratory tract. We always understood that ACE2 was on the lower respiratory tract, but it was only in this new infection we began to appreciate the degree to which ACE2 is present in your nasal epithelium. And this is very important for a couple of reasons. One is it helps to understand the very unusual distribution of disease severity that associates with COVID-19, and which is to say, as you all know, I'm sure, that some people get very sick from this virus, and a lot of people don't get very sick from this virus. They have what we call upper respiratory tract infections. You got a nose and a little nasal drip and maybe a cough. Whereas if you get into your lower respiratory tract, you could have inflammation and very serious pneumonia, and that's the beginning of how you might die from this. So the idea that it's in your nasal epithelium is very, very important because that talks about how easily it can be transmitted. So just to take an aside, flus that only attack your upper respiratory tract, they transmit efficiently, they don't cause serious disease. Flus that attack your lower respiratory tract don't transmit efficiently, but they do cause very serious disease. Flus that do both transmit and cause serious disease, and SARS-2 is like those flus, only worse because we've never seen it. There are some other interesting points about ACE2. ACE2 tends to express higher when your lungs get insulted, if you've been exposed to a lot of pollutants or something of that nature, or you smoke, you're going to express more ACE2. It's a little subtle in smokers because the type 2 pneumocytes express about the same or a little less ACE2, but it starts distributing to your type 1 pneumocytes as well as you smoke. So good time to start thinking about not smoking so much. Super interesting, just out from the Broad Institute, children, as it turns out, young adults and children, do not have much ACE2 in their lower respiratory tract. They do have ACE2 in their nasal epithelium. This makes it very clear why they do not get as sick as many adults do. And it also makes clear that at least young adults, meaning teens, are still nonetheless going to be able to transmit this virus quite efficiently. So that's worthy of note, and it's a an issue as we're talking about opening schools, etc. There's something in here for the scientists, just for a second. There's a molecule called, there's a set of molecules called the type 1 interferons. This is part of your antiviral response. And normally that's a good thing. It helps control a virus. Unfortunately, ACE2 is also in expression, is induced by these type 1 interferons. And this creates a potential feedback loop that we see with other viruses as well. Typically what happens is the infection creates a mechanism by which infection becomes more efficient. And the nastiest viruses have that property. HIV has that property, as do a number of hemorrhagic fever viruses. A final point here on ACE2, and then we'll wrap up with ACE2, is ACE2 utilization can tell you whether an animal species is infectable by the virus, and gives you a very good hint on whether that animal species will be a likely source of the virus, that it was an original reservoir, or whether, for example, it might be a reservoir later. So, for example, if you find out pigs are a reservoir, you may want to do a little bit more carefully, because you know that they're ACE2, the ACE2 version in pigs is efficient for SARS coronavirus 2. You might want to do some more monitoring pigs, and we do indeed, and the pig receptor appears to be reasonably efficient. So you can learn a lot from a receptor, I guess, is the main point here. And then, but sort of circling back to what the question is, how does an antibody stop this? Well, let's talk a little bit more about the interaction between the virus and the receptor. So again, we've got this red spike interacting with these greenish wrenches that I'm labeling here ACE2. And just to throw a little bit more science into this, it looks like a very simple interaction, but it's not. It's a very interesting and delicate dance between the red entry protein and the wrench-like receptor. And indeed, that red entry protein is capable of a lot of activities, and most importantly, it undergoes a shape change. And why does it undergo a shape change? That shape change provides energy for an otherwise energetically unfavorable event. And that energetically unfavorable event is the merging of the viral membrane with the cell membrane. They're both negatively charged. They don't want to be together. So you need to get energy to overcome that barrier. So you need that red spike protein, and you need a signal in the form of that wrench-like ACE2. And so ultimately, the events that follow is the membranes of the virus and the cell merge, and that gives the viral genetic material access to the cell, or we would say the cell cytoplasm, where the RNA of the virus is delivered, and that immediately initiates two events. It initiates one event, which is the formation of new viral proteins, and it initiates the formation or generation of new viral RNAs, and then those go on to assemble to make a whole new virus. So you stop it at the beginning, and you can stop the whole replication process. There's one other important point. With this viral replication, different drugs and different inhibitors stop at different places. So many of you have heard of the Gilead product, remdesivir, and that stops the replication of the viral RNA. That's very important. Stopping the entry process is especially useful because compounds that do that never have to enter the cells. And so they are typically safer than compounds that have to get into your cells. And so that's important if you want to start thinking about inhibitors being used prophylactically. And that's the basis of what I'm going to get to later, the point that antibodies will be very, very useful in protecting people from infection, as well as treating an ongoing infection. Bottom line point here is the spike. The red thing is a very delicate machine. An antibody can get at it, and it can be easily blocked. Okay, so now a little bit more subtlety on the issue of antibodies. So we already discussed if your immune system sees a pathogen or a vaccine, it's going to start making the antibodies by that selection and diversification method I mentioned. But then we got to start thinking about what these antibodies do. Now, the most important antibodies bind the most important or the most accessible protein on the virus, and that's the spike protein. And when it does so, and it blocks the activity of the spike protein, we call that neutralization. And these are the best class of antibodies, I'll say in a moment. So the blue part of these antibodies are the things that bind the spike and other parts of the immune system, other parts of the virus. But there's another part of the antibody that I mentioned. These are, fancy word, effector function, things that recruit the effector function. And these effector functions recruit cells to clear the virus or to kill infected cells. So you can actually have an antibody that is not neutralizing. I mean, it doesn't really stop the virus from doing anything, but it's still helpful to you. And so we can think about antibodies actually in three classes now. We can think of antibodies, in this case, that directly block the interaction between the spike and ACE2. These are neutralizing antibodies. These are really the best ones. But we can also think of antibodies that bind other places on the spike, and these could be useful because they can signal other immune cells to come and maybe eat up the virus, or if they see an infected cell because it's poking out a lot of virus, to go ahead and kill that cell and stop that replication process. But there's also a third class of antibodies, and those are antibodies that are essentially useless and sometimes even harmful. So we want to keep an eye out for those. And unfortunately, the virus wants to guide you in the direction of making those useless antibodies, and it does, perhaps by making particular regions, antibodies against particular region of the S protein, and certainly by making antibodies against the nucleocapsid, which is these antibodies are useless because the nucleocapsid is inside the virus. The antibodies can't get there, and the only time the body sees the nucleocapsid is when it's viral debris. So just thinking about those three classes of antibodies will help you think about what can make a good or somewhat good or not very good vaccine, and what a good antibody response is in the first place. So now I'm just sort of going to move on from that sort of background to talk about these three classes of things, all of which depend on these antibodies. So let's start with something we've been working on quite closely right now, and that is vaccines. And let me sort of tell you what it is we think we're doing with vaccines. We would say at Scripps, or certainly on this campus of Scripps, we're not necessarily making a vaccine. What we are doing is telling people who make vaccines what is the best thing to target and how best to target that thing. So that's what I'm going to tell you about next. That's some of our work. And we, as a consequence of that work, we have an opinion on that. So let me start again from this up here in the corner here, this horrific but scientifically accurate model of the virus, and move you over to an actual real electron microscope image of the virus. You can still see these spikes, these what are called corona for crown, surrounding these viruses. And then let's sort of zoom in a little bit more and imagine that this is those same viruses. That's the lipid membrane of the virus, and these are those same spikes. And this is an actual ribbon diagram of a molecularly accurate form of the spike protein, the SARS coronavirus 2 spike protein. Several groups have made this. I'm using a group from a group at the University of Washington right now. So let's even zoom further on down below here and notice that there's actually two forms of spike that people have been able to observe with this cryo-electron microscopy. One is this sort of closed conformation. And the way you know these closed conformation is this red region and this orange region and this yellow region. They're all in the same orientation. Now these are actually the same piece of the protein from different, what we would say, monomers. So this, as I mentioned, is a trimer, and these are each a component of one of what we would say protomers or monomers of this trimer. So I've, in this case, labeled one is red, one is orange, one is yellow. They're all the same, except for the idea that in some structures, we also see that these things pop out. And they pop out because they are getting ready to engage the receptor. So this is actually pretty floppy in here, surprisingly floppy. This is something that somebody in the HIV field would never see, or similarly flu or Ebola. You would never see this kind of thing, kind of like just kind of loosely hanging out and showing you, its most vulnerable location. But that is what the virus is showing you. Again, it does so because it doesn't really care about your immune system. It's going to move on before your immune system really kicks in. What it really cares about is efficiently getting to the next host. And then this is a picture of this little region here. We all call this the receptor binding domain, or the RBD. And it's an RBD because, of course, it binds the receptor. And here is indeed a picture of the receptor I'm showing in gray. This is ACE2, the one I've been showing you as wrenches before. This is a more molecularly accurate ribbon diagram of this molecule. And you can see the relationship between this receptor binding domain, which is the same as this guy down here, which is the same as this guy down there. And you can actually pick it out on that horrific model of the virus everybody's showing. But here it is. And so one of the things that we wanted to ask was the question, to what degree is that receptor binding domain sufficient as a vaccine? This is a very important question. And the reason it's important is because it's a heck of a lot easier to make this small piece than the large piece. So let me just show you. The large piece here is 20 times bigger as a trimer than this small piece. That means we can make 1/20th the versions of this big thing than we make of the small thing. So whatever vaccine you're using as a delivery system, you're going to make a lot more of the small thing than you can make of the big thing. And also, it's cheaper and easier and more scalable to manufacture. So if you're thinking about 7 billion vaccines or 8 billion vaccines or 4 billion vaccines, this becomes much more tractable than this whole thing here. Now, we're going to go into why most of the big groups have started in on using the whole big thing here, but we are making the argument, and I think we have data supporting that suggests that the small thing is sufficient. So here's just a piece of the data. For the scientists who shouldn't be on this talk in the first place, you can go down to bioRxiv and look this up, or hopefully that'll be published soon, and we'll be able to show you that, or email me, I'll send you a copy. But the bottom line point here is the immune response that we get from this small thing are way more than enough than what we would expect to protect animals and humans from infection. Now, how do we know that? Because what we did is we took the sera, the blood, from these small animals, they happen to be rats, and we compared that to blood from the same rats that have never seen the vaccine that we're giving them, the vaccine that we're giving them. And we doped in a certain amount of a very potent inhibitor that I'm going to tell you about in a bit. And that potent inhibitor is just a form of the receptor, dimerized form of the receptor, some fancy tricks, but nonetheless a very potent inhibitor. And we know from our work from HIV that if we have an individual or an animal that makes 100 microgram per mil of something analogous, that animal is superbly protected from the virus. And so the immune responses that we're able to raise here live somewhere between that 100 microgram per mil level, sorry about the numbers and the units here, but just somewhere between a lot and a whole lot of a very good inhibitor. So the bottom line point here is this piece of the spike protein, that piece of the red thing you've been staring at all along, is sufficient as a vaccine, and it's a lot easier to make. And for your aficionados out there, we were able to show that this does not have one of the risks that might be associated with a vaccine that combines neutralizing and not non-neutralizing antibodies. So remember, this is the primary neutralizing epitope. And so this particular vaccine, with some great work coming out of Hetty and Che's lab, does not carry the risk that we don't know yet, but we worry is associated with the larger vaccines. So that's my agenda, and the thing that we think is true, and I think that our strongest case is the ease with which this particular thing can be produced if you're thinking about making this in scale, as we are. So that said, a lot of people are pursuing the alternative route, and I want to be a little bit careful and fair to the alternative perspective here. So even though I'm saying that the RBD is a great vaccine because it's showing you one very important region to target, a neutralizing epitope, a part of the region that if an antibody binds, it blocks the function of the spike protein. There are a few other points to make. There are other parts of this molecule that if you bind this trimer, this spike protein, that if you bind, you can block. So there are other neutralizing epitopes that we're not using. And in addition to that, there are places the antibody can bind that can elicit those other, what I called effector functions before, that they can recruit the immune cells to clear the virus. So some of those will not be made and elicited. We will not get those in humans vaccinated with just this receptor binding domain. And indeed, those effector functions are much better. They work much better if you have many antibodies hanging off a target, rather than, as you would expect with ours, meaning that RBD vaccines, we're not the only people doing it, you would only get antibodies to this region here, the most critical region, but it is very, very possible that you may want other antibodies as well. So the concern, though, is that the early vaccines, now based on these soluble trimers, will not provide enough of an immune response because they do not express sufficiently. We know, for example, Moderna's vaccine is an mRNA vaccine, and that is very sensitive to how much protein gets made. And it takes a lot of the cell's energy to make this big, complicated protein over there, and not very much energy to make that smaller. I'm going to tell you how many amino acids are in that. It's less than 200, whereas the big thing has 3,600. Another way to think about this, though, is in terms of a prime and a boost. That is, you give one of these agents that allows you to focus on the most important region of the molecule, and then you give the other agent, and then you can sort of get the best of both worlds. And you can certainly rebalance the immune response so that it is more neutralizing because it's presented more of this receptor binding domain. Anyway, those are the issues. And of course, we're running this gigantic test in vaccinology and immunology right now. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see. Again, though, scale of production, ease of production, cost of production, rapidity of production, these all lean us in the direction of the receptor binding domain. Where are we? So convalescent sera, this is an immediate high priority that will save lives in the short term as a stopgap. We need to be smarter about making it more effective, knowing what is more effective. Biologics, this is a straightforward path. There's real hope. We should be using cocktails of 2 or 3 antibodies, make them quickly, and possibly comparing them with ACE2IG. Vaccines, easier than for most viruses. Most approaches will work. A vaccine will ultimately replace an antibody, will ultimately replace these antibody cocktails, but the first vaccines may not be sufficiently effective for those who might need them the most. But ultimately, the science is nearly done, basis for the hope, and that it really comes down to testing, relatively short-term prospect, manufacture, and distribution.
Thank you very much, Professor Michael Farzan, for that interesting presentation and for walking us through the development of vaccine and other therapeutic modalities for COVID-19. Okay, we are now going to adjourn for another break. It is now 2:20, so we'll take a 10-minute break and come back to resume session number 2 at 2:30 p.m. We'll see you then. Okay, we will now continue on with session 2 of this afternoon's talks. Now, session 2 of today's thematic discussions is titled COVID-19 Therapeutics by Leading Pharmaceutical Companies. We have 2 presenters lined up for this session, and they will talk about their respective companies' research and what they are doing in terms of COVID-19 therapeutics. And for the first speaker, we have Mr. Sung-hyun Kim. He is the head of Clinical Planning Department at Celltrion, and his talk is titled COVID-19 Treatments Part 1. So, Mr. Kim, hello.
Good afternoon. I am in charge of planning clinical trials and also arranging clinical trial outcomes. My name is Kim Sung-hyun. It's my great pleasure to join this great symposium to disclose and share our clinical trial outcomes. I'd like to thank Suncheon University staff for organizing this event. And then let me begin my presentation, which is about our COVID-19 therapeutic agent, Elsaltrian, starting from March last year. Actually, it was before that, from February 2020. And when COVID-19 started to get serious in Korea, we have been developing neutralizing antibodies. It was last December 2020 that we announced our phase 2 outcomes to the Korea FDA seeking approval, and this February we were granted approval. About the approval process, and right now we are looking at how our neutralizing agent is acting in the clinical trial setting. About our neutralizing agent, I'm sure that expected benefits and outcomes about other neutralizing agents were shared, so it really sets the stage for my presentation. So this is background. Coronavirus disease became a pandemic caused by SARS-CoV-2. And the slides are moving automatically, just as you have seen from previous presentations. The most direct intervention is to use neutralizing agents, antibodies produced within our body, and there are numerous targets that we have in making such antibodies. So a variety of antibodies that we have, and they all have diverse benefits. And normally, we have polyclonal outcomes that we're looking at, but like other competitors, what is called the best class. As I will show you in later slides, when a virus comes into our body, it is ACE2 receptor that such viruses are bind to. It is at the exact site that we need to identify neutralizing agents and antibodies. In purple, it shows CTP59 is also called leronlimab, regdanvimab. The antibodies that we are developing. In green, you would see viruses, spike proteins, and on top of that, you will see this head-like material. And this binds to that yellow receptor. So this is a receptor binding domain. It is exactly at this site that neutralizing antibodies are identified. And these antibodies should be binding to this region to effectively block viruses from entering into the cell. And these antibodies can be produced within our body. But the problem is the power of binding. Out of these natural antibodies, some of them are powerful in binding force, some of them are not. But as to CTP59, these antibodies theoretically available antibodies, CTP59 shows the strongest binding force. So this is a best class antibody. And for your information, if you look at CTP59, this specific antibody, it has the strongest binding power, and it is within the top 5 antibodies across the world in terms of its binding power. And this was compared to those produced by our competitors, and through objective testing, we were able to demonstrate this outcome. So the neutralizing antibody mechanism is very clear, binding with virus to prevent the virus from entering our cell and body. So in the process of proliferation, the speed can be significantly reduced by such neutralizing antibodies. Elsaltrian, these antibodies were subject to clinical trial. In Elsaltrian, we have 4 different programs under planning. So we have 2 phase 1 trials The very first one, as you know, were conducted on healthy patients to show that our drug is safe and to determine the titer, the dosage. And then with 18 patients, we also examined our drug to determine the appropriate dosing to be used even for infectious patients. The number is small, but also we were able to identify and observe the profiles shown by subjects. And today I will be showing to you the phase 2 clinical trial outcomes, part 1. More than 300 patients, infected patients, were enrolled for this trial. And as I will tell you later on, it was mild to moderate patients and those hospitalized patients and patients who received remdesivir were excluded. So mostly mild to moderate patients. These were the subjects of this specific trial. And the trial was completed, and to Europe, to the United States, and to Korean FDA, we submitted our application, and also conditional approval was given to us by the Korean FDA. And currently, it is being used actually for patients in real-world setting. On the right, you would see part 2 clinical trial that we're planning. It is phase 3 trial. And it's going to be tested on more than 1,200 patients according to our design. But normally 10 to 15% more patients can be enrolled. So I think it's going to be more than 1,300 patients to be enrolled for this specific trial. And for your information, our phase 3 trial was following the conditional approval by the Korean FDA. Patient enrollment began. Currently, our target is to go above 1,850 patients as of yesterday, enrolled. If this continues in the second half of this year, we believe our top-line results can be announced, and that's our plan. As I said before, it's phase 2 clinical trial inclusion and exclusion criteria. On the left, you would see the type of patients that we included, aged 18 years old or older, and diagnosed with COVID-19 through PCR testing. And they did not require oxygen treatment. And as to pneumonia, symptoms were okay, but if symptoms were severe, these patients were not able to enroll. As I said, if it is severe pneumonia, then it requires oxygen treatment. Or it means they would have to receive remdesivir, so they were not included. Another important criterion is our antibody treatment aims for early diagnosis and early prevention. Just like Tamiflu, we have this time limitation of 48 hours. It means that when virus comes in, when the symptoms show, and when the symptoms aggravate or alleviate, then we will heal naturally. But from the very time of exposure, when the symptom shows over the next 4 to 5 days, it is at least within 7 days that antibodies should be entering the human body to reduce the overall titer and to prevent the specific patient from getting aggravated in terms of symptom. So it should be within 7 days that first symptoms show, but it's just not us, but it applies to other competitors developing and neutralizing antibody therapeutics. At the bottom, you would see possible symptoms that were included. I think these symptoms are quite similar to those of influenza, but in COVID-19, your loss of taste or smell is also included. And on the right, you will see exclusion criteria. At the discretion of physicians, sometimes patients are excluded because their physical conditions are not suitable, or because they are already being hospitalized, or their conditions have progressed so much. Or if you have allergic reactions to antibody treatment, you are also excluded. Now let me show you our clinical trial data. More than 300 patients enrolled. And if you look at their demographic features in black dotted box, you will see their features. Their overall age median is 51 years old. So more than half of them were above this age threshold, and by sex, the ratio is almost equally distributed. And in Korea, these patients were very well retained, and we have very good control facilities. So we were not able to gather a lot of patients. So by race, in Hungary or Romania, it was from these European countries that we had these patients enrolled. So Caucasians accounted for a large share of the total. Down below, you would see to ensure that we have equal distribution, age, baseline comorbidities were also considered. And in phase 2, placebo, and we have 4 cohorts, including placebo. And as you can see, we have equal distribution across these 4 cohorts. Now, we are looking at the data from a slightly different angle. When we say mild and moderate, it means when a patient is hospitalized and receive oxygen treatment, then the patient is in severe condition. And this is accordance with WHO's COVID-19 guidelines. According to these guidelines, this is called COVID-19 pneumonia. So when you think of mild and moderate means a patient is diagnosed with pneumonia. So this is maybe the simplest criteria that we determine a patient's condition. For all patients enrolling in our trials, X-ray or CT exams were used to confirm their status. And for those whose pneumonia symptoms were confirmed, they are called moderate. So between 40 to 60% with pneumonia symptoms, they outnumber those who do not have these symptoms. So you will see the share of those over 50 years old. It's not simply 50 or 60. For example, over 60 and moderate, over 50 and moderate. So those with pneumonia symptoms. Specifically for those patients over 50 and with pneumonia, they account for 40% of the total. At the bottom, you will see day 1. It means day 1 of administering the study drug. Then we would measure virus concentration on average. On a log 10 unit, it's around 6. So at the hospital, if it is at this level, then it is quite high. What you can see on this slide is with antibody treatment, we see how virus is reduced at what speed. You will see log 10 scale on the y-axis. It is log 10 copy. So it is through RNA nuclei that we measure the concentration. So again, log 10. So each unit is 10 times. With this in mind, you will see that this lower graph shows those with treatment, and then above you will see placebo group. In both groups, of course, virus load decreases. So before day 1, and compared to day 1, you will see how fast it decreases. And at day 7, almost to 1,500 times reduction is witnessed in control group. But in placebo group, the reduction is around 200. So it is between 7 to 8 times fold that we have differences in terms of recovery speed and time. And in treated group, you would see day 7 titer, at which very specific and dramatic decrease is shown. So if you reach this level, as you can see in placebo group, it takes 3 to 4 more days to reach recovery level. It is not just for CTP59, but also if you look at other 2 vaccines that were granted emergency use approval, they also show similar outcomes. A lot of numbers are shown here, but I showed you previously that we were able to see how fast virus load decreases in terms of volume. And in dotted blue boxes, you would see pooled CTP59. And compared to the placebo group, you will see how much the specific size has reduced. And as a statistical number, we see a dramatic differences, a stark difference. And these numbers, just as the graphs that I've shown before, these outcomes are quite similar to those shown by other competing drug makers. Clinical-wise, I think this is the most meaningful and significant data. It is because in administering antibody treatment, patients who are not hospitalized would eventually be hospitalized, and we can see the ratio of such patients is simple to see. And because patients at their baseline are not all hospitalized. So at day 28, we see how many of them are actually hospitalized. According to this table, you will see patients, mild to moderate patients. So it is all patients, and on the right, you will see also placebo group. In placebo group, it is almost 9% that their symptoms aggravated and then eventually hospitalized. And here we see 40 milligram and 80 milligram. And compared to 80 milligram in clinical trials, 40 milligram were equally superb and exceptional. So currently we are applying 40 milligram at our clinical trial. So as you can see, the number of patients being hospitalized was reduced almost by half. Here you will see moderate. It means some patients had pneumonia symptoms at the baseline, and we looked at how many of them were hospitalized. So as you can see, in placebo group, their rate of hospitalization is higher, but also the reduction benefits are greater. And here you will see those over 50 in those elderly groups, the benefits were even more greater. But as you can see in this graph, in phase 2, the number of patients were not so big. It's never over 1,000. So statistical significance may differ. Sometimes it's 0.5 and over than that, but sometimes it's not. But according to this analysis, when we did subgroup analysis, we were able to identify a clear pattern, and please pay attention to this. And then when you have Tamiflu prescribed, you will see that your symptoms decrease faster. So in COVID-19, we also see the time of symptoms. As I said in the inclusion and exclusion criteria slide, we need to check the symptoms that are demonstrated in patients, and it is with certain symptoms that patients can enroll. On the far right, you will see CTP59 antibody with 40 milligram. Compared to placebo group, you will see the time of recovery, and it is about 3 and 4 days reduction in terms of the time taken to show symptoms. And we also did subgroup analysis and showed you results. So 3 to 4 days reduction. But for those with pneumonia, when you look at only those people with pneumonia, what happens? On the bottom right, you will see in placebo group, it is 11 days. But with drug administered, it takes only 5 to 6 days for them to have their symptoms disappear. But we have severe condition patients and high-risk patients. And the time taken to show symptoms and to resolve these symptoms, it takes more time among these patients. So if it is over 50-year-old patients with pneumonia symptoms, if they are not administered with a drug, it takes them 13 days to recover. But when the drug is administered within the same high-risk group, it takes only 6 days to recover. So we have more than 6-day reduction in recovering from symptoms. As to our antibody treatment, this is a lot of treatment. the concentration is quite high. So to neutralize, sometimes it is needed that we use monoclonal. We go beyond the monoclonal antibody concentration about 10 to 15 times higher than the normal concentration that is normally used in other anti-cancer treatments. So is it really safe? It's a critical question. It is because for those with chronic conditions or cancer, in terms of safety and efficacy, we really need to calculate risk to benefit ratio. As in COVID-19, the vaccine should be administered to all the people, even healthy people. So we need to ensure that healthy people do not suffer adverse events, even severe adverse events. And this is a critical question for us as a company. And just like other neutralizing antibody drug companies, CTP59 is very safe. It's because serious adverse events were not reported, and even those not so serious adverse reports, the outcome was quite similar to that of the placebo group. And this is an IV formulation. It means that during the process of administration, sometimes acute responses are reported. You may get fever, you may have shortness of breath. And we had 3 patients who reported such symptoms, and 2 of them belonged to the placebo group. But all 3 of them immediately recovered, so that was rather mild IV-induced reactions that they showed. So far, 850 people participated in this trial, getting our drug, and after the conditional approval granted in Korea, more than 700 actual patients across Korea are being treated and have been treated with our study drug. My conclusion is, excluding placebo group patients, already 1,200 patients were administered with our study drug. During this process, no noticeable adverse events have been reported so far. So both healthcare professionals, both in Korea and overseas, we did interviews, and we were able to see that for those healthcare professionals with experience administering our study drug, they said our drug is very safe. So these are my conclusions today. CTP59 project is ongoing, and basically this is a neutralizing antibody, so it helps reduce the load of virus, and it also reduces symptoms. Most importantly, it reduces the rate of patients with severe conditions. Given all the efficacy benefits and given its safety, we will say that clinical trials have demonstrated the efficacy and safety of our study drug. And based on the clinical trials conducted so far and conducted the case studies that we witnessed in Korea, we were able to draw such conclusions. So this is it for my presentation. And now I'd like to entertain questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim, for your presentation. You gave us a very comprehensive update on the latest in Celltrion's trials, especially that for the Corona, which I understand is one of the most highly anticipated coronavirus treatment modalities right now around the world. So we are now going to conduct the Q&A session. And for that, I'd like to connect you to Professor Tak Kim. He's from the Department of Infectious Diseases at Suncheon University Bucheon Hospital. So, Professor Tak Kim, I'll pass the floor over to you.
안녕하십니까. 순천향대학교 Good afternoon. I am at the Division of Infectious Diseases at Suncheon University, Bucheon. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Currently, in reducing fatalities among COVID-19 patients, dexamethasone will be the only therapeutic with that benefit. But as to these patients prior to severe conditions, just a few, this is the only drug that is being proved with efficacy. So CTP59 in reducing recovery period or hospitalization period. It is very encouraging to see such clinical trial outcomes, but given the characteristics of this specific study drug, it is not easy to treat outpatient it is not easy to treat patients without hospitalization. So I think that hospitalization or oxygen treatment and how much this drug can reduce the ratio of patients requiring advanced treatment, I really wonder what that number would be. So I wonder if any analysis was done concerning this aspect. Another question is, as the vaccination program rolls out, we would have less patients, and clinical trial phase 3 would find it difficult to have patients enrolled. So when would be the end point of your phase 3 clinical trial? Thank you very much. Thank you for your great questions. And as to the second question, I think I have already answered your second question. The vaccination program is going on actively across the world, and we are conducting a global level clinical trial. So it is true that the speed of patient enrollment will be impacted by the ongoing vaccination programs. But in Europe, the vaccination program is not equally active across European countries. We have more than 50 sites across the world through which we are recruiting patients. So there are countries or regions with very high ratio of COVID-19 patients. So still enrollment is going on actively. As I said during my presentation, in the first half of this year, we believe we can recruit when we can reach the target of patient recruitment. So no big disruption is expected as to patient recruitment. Your first question is really critical, and in conducting clinical trials, this is one of the most frequently asked questions. So more than 300 patients were collected, and combined, when placebo and control groups are combined, no one died, luckily. And out of severe patients, only one patient required ICU treatment or ventilator treatment. And in phase 3, of course, we will be continuing with our observations, and then I can tell you concrete outcomes. We do not hope to see this, but with an increasing number of patients, some of them would develop severe conditions or even die. But as you told us, at hospital, as you're treating severe condition patients, you may wonder and you may expect a treatment for those in severe conditions. Neutralizing antibody treatment is for early diagnosis and early intervention. And as I told you, after 11 days without treatment, the very low virus titer is observed even among those patients. So at this level, virus load is not that high, but still some patients are developing severe symptoms. We actually witnessed such patients. For those patients, I think that such antibodies that directly interact with viruses will not be that much effective. We did not specifically did our clinical trials on this, but when we look at our competitors developing antibody treatments, they did large-scale clinical trials for that type of patients. For patients requiring remdesivir or in more severe conditions, no meaningful outcomes were produced out of these patients. But in Korea, not just clinical trials, but a treatment purpose approval can be granted to us, or sometimes we are asked to provide specific drugs. This happens when we have patients whose immune system has weakened so much, for example, because of anti-cancer treatment. And then sometimes virus load does not decline even after 3 or 4 months. It is for those patients that we can use our antibody treatment and see that their virus load declines very abruptly. But in general, antibody treatment in treating COVID-19 patients would be primarily for very early diagnosis and early prevention within 7 days after the onset of symptoms. And this is demonstrated through multiple clinical trials. after remdesivir or dexamethasone, I think even greater drugs would be coming out into the market, and that is our hope. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Sung-hyun Kim. Thank you very much, Mr. Sung-hyun Kim, for the presentation and also for addressing some of our questions during the Q&A session. So we heard from Celltrion there. Now let's move on to our second pharmaceutical company. This time we have Daewoong Pharmaceutical. So our next speaker is Ms. Hyunjin Park. She's Executive Director of the Global Business and Development Division at Daewoong Pharmaceutical, and her presentation is titled COVID-19 Treatments, Part 2.
Hello, I'm Hyunjin Park from Daewoong Pharmaceutical. I'm pleased to take this opportunity to announce Daewoong Pharmaceutical's clinical strategy for developing COVID-19 treatment drugs. Here are the 3 COVID-19 treatment products that Daewoong has been developing. Hoistat, that is chemostat, nicotinamide injection, DWRX 2003, stem cell IV injection. In this presentation, I will mainly introduce Hoistat. This is a figure of how COVID-19 develops and how the drug we are developing work in each step. As is known, the antiviral effect in the early stage is very important, and the anti-inflammatory effect is more important as COVID-19 progresses. We are developing treatment options that can be applied to all stages, and today I will focus on chemostat tablet, Hoistat. Hoistat is a single-word combination therapy will be demonstrated through the next clinical trials. Accordingly, Daewoong is planning and already conducting 3 types of clinical trials for Hoistat. These are preventive clinical trials for close contact, therapeutic clinical trials for mild to moderate patients, and remdesivir combined clinical trials for severe patients. Among these, clinical trials for mild to moderate treatment have secured 2A result and 2B are in progress. Now I would like to explain why it is essential to rapidly develop Hoistat as a treatment for coronavirus. Do you remember the swine flu pandemic in 2009? At the time, there were difficulties with initial quarantine and death cases. However, thanks to the release of Tamiflu, we were able to be somewhat overcome the swine flu. By mechanism, Tamiflu prevent the virus from being isolated from host cell, while chemostat prevent viral replication by inhibiting the virus from penetrating into the host cell. Although the mechanism is different, it is an oral drug with a clear mechanism in terms of inhibiting the virus. The fact that the Hoistat can be used universally as a COVID-19 treatment is the most important advantage in terms of effectiveness. Moreover, the second advantage is that the formulation is a tablet. It is convenient to take and has a little drug interaction. But the safety Hoistat has already been proven. Therefore, phase 2 trial to explore the effectiveness of treatment can be immediately initiated as soon as the result obtained. Patient can use the drug for emergency drug. Then after them, we'll be able to mass produce high quality products and supply Hoistat not only in Korea but worldwide. But before explaining the mechanism of action, I think it will be
easier to understand the mechanism if I first explain the mechanism of SARS-CoV infection. In order for SARS-CoV-2 to infect, the S protein must be cleaved by TMPRSS2 or protease. It then develops the ability to bind to ACE2 and infect it into the cell. Hoist prevent cleavage of S protein by inhibiting the activity of TMPRSS2, the first step in SARS-CoV-2 infection. Accordingly, it ultimately inhibits the cellular infection of SARS-CoV-2. This mechanism of action of hoist has been applied to all coronaviruses with the same infection stage, and in vitro experiments have demonstrated the in vitro effect of infection in all of the coronaviruses, MERS, SARS-CoV, SARS-CoV-2. These research suggests a universal applicability to all viruses that are infected by the same mechanism. Another mechanism of hoist is anticoagulant action. It is known that blood coagulation occurs due to corona infection, which leads to complication of the respiratory system and cardiovascular system. Hoist inhibit the action of kallikrein and thrombin, a proteolytic enzyme involved in blood coagulation. COVID-19 patients are closely linked with virus inflammation and complications. Therefore, a treatment that can cover both antiviral and anti-inflammatory effect should be released quickly. In particular, it is known that 35 to 45% of all infected patients have blood coagulation in COVID-19 patients, and this can lead to complications and death. Hoist is effective to prevent the induction of impairment of organ function through anticoagulation action, thereby preventing severe patients from developing severe symptoms. Recently, there is a high concern of the frequently reported mutant virus. There is a need to enhance our ability to combat these mutations as they are resistant to vaccines and antibody treatment. We have been aware of this from the beginning of the outbreak and has attempted to develop a treatment that target host cells that are not related to viral mutations. So even if there is a mutation in virus, host is free from this because it inhibits a target TMPRSS2, explained in the previous slide. Nicotinamides are also not affected by viral mutations because it improves the ability of infected host cell to remove viruses, and it neutralizes the acidic environment required for intracellular proliferation of viruses. To summarize, the two treatments target host cell, allowing it to respond very effectively to large-scale mutation that may occur in the future. In addition, strong effects are expected when the two drugs are used in combination. Like the reports shown in the slide, concern about the mutation of the coronavirus are growing day after day. As these mutations cannot be tackled by vaccines and antibody treatment, it is important to develop a drug that targets the host cell, allowing the drug to be effective regardless of the mutation.
Fauci, the director of the U.S. National Institute of Allergy and Infection Disease, has once again emphasized the importance of developing an oral treatment that prevents the disease progression. An oral treatment can contribute to maintaining a smooth medical system by preventing the initial spread of coronavirus. It is possible to immediately prescribe Hollister remotely if the patient is diagnosed as positive by a diagnostic kit sent home. In foreign cases, when the number of patients rapidly increases, there are insufficient number of whole hospital beds relative to the number of patients, and this is being a major issue. However, in the case of mild patients, if self-medication is possible without being admitted to a medical institution, it is possible to resolve issues such as smooth quarantine, patient treatment, and insurance finance, and can prevent severe worsening by receiving rapid treatment at the mild stage. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary to prepare a convenient and safe oral treatment other than injections, and this will be the next game changer to combat the coronavirus. Since most of treatment currently being prescribed with intravenous injection, oral treatment must be developed quickly. Furthermore, more complete quarantine will be achieved by sending an antigen diagnosis kit to individual by remote prescribing the oral treatment after self-diagnosis being COVID-19 positive. The drug Hollister has already been prescribed for pancreatitis for more than 10 years in Korea, so its safety has been verified. It is easy to prescribe oral drug compared to injection, therefore it is suitable for doctors' remote prescription, courier delivery, and self-medication, self-treatment medication, making it the perfect drug. From now on, I will briefly introduce the clinical trial result of Hollister. In a phase 2 clinical trial with 89 patients, we have found normalization symptoms. A new score and objective symptoms score that judge whether patients are in an emergency. Most subjects showed improvement in all of the value of oxygen saturation, fever, the need for auxiliary oxygen. Those who showed improved symptoms confirmed normalization after an average of 4 days. We have especially found that in patients with high risk, either or diabetes, or heart hypertension, or cardiovascular disease, it confirmed that the rate of normalized symptoms was approximately 4 times higher in Hollister on the 14th day. This is why the prescription is necessary for high-risk patients who can become severely affected. As shown in the slide, the virus reduction rate is significantly higher in this group. It can be predicted that the improvement of preceding symptoms is due to the rapid reduction of the virus. Finally, patients actually get severely worse when inflammation in the body is not controlled. However, after analyzing the data used for actual COVID-19 patients with Hollister, it was confirmed that Hollister decreases the CRP value, which is the most sensitive inflammation indicator.
In conclusion, we are able to confirm the possibility of preventing worsening of the patient's symptoms. So far, I have explained about HOSTA, and from now on, I will briefly explain about niclosamide injection, DWRX 2003. The pharmacological mechanism of niclosamide is to help the host cell remove the virus by itself by inhibiting the protein called SKP2 in the infected host cell. This is a unique mechanism that does not directly inhibit the proliferation of virus, but rather increases the virus elimination ability of host cell. This implies a very broad antiviral activity as well as the COVID virus mutation. And we have confirmed a strong effect in influenza infection model as well. Although it may be unusual, co-infection cases of corona and influenza have also been reported. A single dose of niclosamide injection, DWRX 2003, will be able to manage both viruses at the same time. In addition, the combination test of niclosamide and remdesivir was conducted, and the synergistic effect of the two drugs has already been confirmed. So we plan to develop a combination based on this. We are also planning to promote a combination clinical trials for niclosamide and chemostat. Niclosamide was first developed by German, but we applied their pharmaceuticals drug delivery technology to develop it as an intramuscular injection formulation as the first in the world. It has already been confirmed through phase 1 clinical trial that the target drug concentration can be maintained for about 2 weeks when administered once to human body. Many companies showed a great degree of interest in niclosamide. However, it is recognized that it is very difficult to maintain the effective blood concentration by oral administration. Therefore, it is very meaningful that we confirm the effective blood concentration in the result of our phase 1 clinical trial. Currently, we are reviewing the hamster efficacy test and result phase 1 clinical trial. The US NIH recommended the hamster model efficacy data as the more important factor. The WRX 2003 proved its excellent efficacy in the hamster model. This is model most similar to human infection. COVID-19 infected hamster lose weight, symptoms worsen, and even lead to death. If you look at the graph on the upper left, you can see what one dose of DWRX 2003 suppresses weight loss and recover weight again. The picture on the right is a picture of the lung taken during the hamster autopsy after infection. Even with the naked eye, bleeding due to viral infection was observed in the upper drug untreated group. But when DWRX 2003 was administered on the bottom picture, lung lesion hardly appeared and fairly clean tissue could be confirmed. In addition, the lower left graph is a measurement of the virus in the lung tissue. It can be seen that virus proliferation can be very strongly inhibited in 3 days when orange DWRX 2003 is administered. On the 5th day after administration, relatively little virus was detected compared to the untreated group. So far, I explained about the COVID-19 treatment that Daewoong Pharmaceuticals developed. I look forward to rapid end of COVID-19 with the app for all of us, and the establishment of therapeutic agent and medical system capable of responding to the coming pandemic at this opportunity. Thank you for listening so far.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Hyunjin Park, for that and for enlightening us on the various treatment modalities that are being developed in your company. Now, continuing on from your presentation, we will have a discussion with a professor here at Soonchunhyang University. Professor Shin-Hae Yu would like to ask you some questions. Professor Yu is from the Department of Infectious Diseases here at Soonchunhyang University, Bucheon Hospital.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Yu Shin from Infectious Department, and in Korea, many experiments are ongoing, but as you have just mentioned, that there is a growing concern about the mutant viruses. As you have just commented on the chemostat, as we think that there should be a less effect on mutant viruses. And do you have any administration cases for Korean patients? And in other countries where mutant virus infected patients are growing, and do you have any clinical results that you have received from those countries? And the second question is about Three Musketeer products for COVID-19, and that your treatment for is not well known. And as far as I know, there is only a small scale clinical trial that prevents lung injury in China. If Daewoong Je약 has completed the first phase clinical trial in Indonesia, on the basis of the result of it, do you have any advices to share concerning the prospects of treatment? And the last question is that, well, Korea has a low number of confirmed cases and the low participation or recruitment rate for COVID-19 treatment development. It is difficult for us to figure out the current status, and there's still a growing interest in the clinical trials and treatment developments. And as of perspectives of a private company to have a smooth operation in clinical trials, what do you expect from medical institutions?
We are conducting a phase 2 clinical trial of chemostat in Mexico in patients with mild to moderate patients, including high-risk factors. And based on the result of Korean phase 2B, we are planning to conduct phase 3 clinical trial as the multinational clinical trial. We have not yet identified any cases where clinical trial has been conducted in subject diagnosed with COVID-19 variants. Our goal is to confirm the efficacy of chemostat on COVID-19 virus variant through preclinical tests. However, if there are any increase in cases of mutant virus infection where a separate study is inevitable, it seems necessary to plan for further clinical studies. The phase 1 clinical trial for DWMSCC has been completed in Indonesia, and the results are currently being analyzed. In phase 1 trial, it is most important to see the safety of DWMSCC in COVID-19 patients. As a result of the phase 1, no adverse event related to DWMSCC occurred in any of the subjects from administration. In addition, since this clinical trial was conducted for COVID-19 patients, the possibility as COVID-19 treatment was confirmed through the PD parameters, and details will be announced through the paper. Stem cell with the key mechanism of immune regulation, a therapeutic agent that can be used to treat variety of indications. Since you are curious about the WMSCC, I would like to briefly introduce you with a few slides. We've conducted a test to see the safety and efficacy of the WMSCC in COVID-19 variant model. We confirmed the therapeutic effect by detecting viral titers and whether inflammatory cytokine genes are expressed in lung tissue. If the expression of those inflammation-related genes decreases, it means that the WMSCC is effective in eliminating the COVID-19 virus. We've analyzed the antiviral effect of the WMSCC as a result of comparing the detection of viral titers in intranasal over the time in the COVID-19 animal model. We can see significant differences from day 4, and the viral titer showed the lowest in the high-dose group on day 6. It shows that the WMSCC quickly reduces the viral titer in intranasal. We compared the detection of viral titer in lung tissue on day 6, and there was no viral titer detected in medium and high dose group. The anti-inflammatory effect of the WMSCC was analyzed. The expression levels of the inflammation-related gene TNF-alpha and VSL were compared in lung tissue on the day 6. As shown in this slide, the expression level of TNF-alpha was decreases in MSCC administration group compared to the untreated group. The expression level of VSL was also significantly decreases in MSCC administration group compared to the untreated group. The WMSCC has previously shown therapeutic effect to suppress the lung damage and lower mortality in ARDS mouse model. As mentioned in the previous slide, the WMSCC confirmed antiviral and anti-inflammatory effect in the impacted COVID-19 variant model. Based on this in vivo result, the WMSCC is expected to be a product with potential for the treatment of severe COVID-19. The cooperation of researchers and sponsors is considered critical for the successful development of treatment. Sponsors must not only have a thorough understanding of the product profile, but also should be able to clearly explain the safety and validity of the product to the researchers. It is important for researchers to recognize the sponsors as their joint research partners and to acknowledge that product development is to be carried out together. Furthermore, it is important for the researchers to know that their role is to actively communicate to both deliver their know-how and also to satisfy the needs of the patient.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hyunjin Park, for facilitating and answering the Q&A session. Now, for our third and final session today, we have one speaker for this important session. I'd like to invite Dr. Woo-jun Baek. He's the Vice President of Research Affairs at the Soonchunhyang University Cheonan Hospital. And his topic of discussion today is Infectious Disease Center at Soonchunhyang University. So everyone, if you could join me in welcoming Dr. Woo-jun back to the stage with a big hand. That would be great.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Woo-jun back from Suncheon University Cheonan Hospital. Today I'll be talking about the Suncheon University Hospital Infectious Center. And then 지금까지 제 소개를 제가 영어로 잠깐 말씀을 드렸고요. 사실은 제가 이제 지금부터
So I've introduced myself in English, but I will be speaking in Korean from now on. Before I start, I'd like to ask for your understanding in two aspects. First of all, this is an international symposium, and we do provide simultaneous interpretation. But most of the slides that I will be sharing with you are in Korean. The reason is, of course, we're a bit lazy, I would say, but this is about our university and hospital as an infectious disease central, that this very topic would invoke more interest among our Korean public. And I decided that it is better to present such data in a more accurate manner. That is why I am presenting these slides in Korean. And my apologies for those of you connecting with us abroad through Zoom or YouTube. And secondly, about this type of presentation, I did not expect at all that I would be having this type of presentation. Usually I have a monitor in front of me and speaking. But as I come today, it's just such a modernized and state-of-the-art technology being deployed, and I myself standing at the very center of the stage. It's my first experience to be speaking this way, but everyone all has his or her first opportunities and experience. In that sense, I'd like to ask for your understanding. And today, I will be talking about Suncheon Hospital as an infectious disease center in Korea. Let me introduce myself again. I am Baek Moo-jun, and I'm the Vice President of Research Affairs. At Cheonan Hospital, we will be serving as an infectious disease center. As you know, we have our founder, the late Dr. Seo Seok-jo, and it's because we would like to comply with his philosophy. So his founding philosophy, we always look back on his founding philosophy, and I think this is absolutely necessary. So for a moment, let us momentarily look back his philosophy. Dr. Seo was born 100 years ago. He was born in 1921. After his graduation at high school, he moved to Japan, and he graduated from the Medical College of Kyoto University. And then he moved to the US, and he studied in various disciplines. It was 70 years ago, and if you consider that, you would realize that Dr. Seo's philosophy and spirit is so unprecedented, and he was such a pioneer. After he moved to the United States, he had his internship resident at Cornell University, and also he was in charge of the internal medicine at the university, and then he moved into Korea at Seoul University Hospital, at Yonsei University Hospital, and also at Cornell University. He served as a professor at the internal medicine division. Then after that, in 1974, he established the first medical corporation in Korea with Suncheon University, and then also he established a medical college at Suncheon University. In 1980, to transform Suncheon Medical College into a university, he changed the name of university. So looking back his life and philosophy, you would find that, as you know, he emphasized love for humans. And personally, since the inception of Suncheonhyang University, I think the very starting point was our College of Medicine. And he founded the college at this specific site, and I wondered why. And I was able to find two reasons why he founded this college in this region. Officially, he announced that why did he decide to found this college in a rural area rather than an urban area, and establishing a college of medicine here in Shinchangmyeon and Eunnaeri, far from Seoul. He chose Asan County to help resolve healthcare problems in rural areas, and also to help the government in distributing populations across the nation. So the hospital is in Cheonan right now, but when he first started, it was in Wonyang that he originally had a plan to build a hospital. At the time, he also said that in Seoul, we already have Suncheonhyang Hospital, Gumi Hospital, and Wonyang Hospital, newly established. So in the metropolitan areas, we can establish a network of hospitals to bring about significant and breakthrough hospital facilities and infrastructure in Korea. And his dream actually have come true today. Also, he had his own ambitions in mind. In 1978, the College of Medicine was established, having students enrolled. And these students, in just 6 months after enrollment, specifically at the time, I'm sure that today we have a digitalized society, but at the time we had very specific and distinctive disciplines. And then at the time, from the viewpoint of the president, he believed that it was very young students creating such a discipline and joining the discipline, and he expressed his desires through his congratulatory message. He mentioned that many people ask me why. Why do you have this hospital in Asan, far from Seoul, in rural area, founding a college of medicine? And he said, my answer is the very reason why I have decided to establish this college of medicine. And he said, I would really like to improve the level of healthcare services in rural areas. And to contribute to this, I have decided to establish a college of medicine. And also, another aim is to produce high-quality healthcare professionals so that I can do my part in helping our nation and our people and for the betterment of our nation and society. So ultimately, I think the late Dr. Seo's intention was to serve local communities by establishing a medical college. I think it was his aspiration to do so. So our founder said, the founding philosophy of Suncheonhyang University is truth, volunteerism, and practice. It is with this spirit that we create an university that contributes to local communities. And it is with this spirit that we are founding the Suncheonhyang College of Medicine. Not just local communities, but we need to go beyond these to serve our nation and our society. And this is the vision of our university. So you know, the starting point was to have this Korea's first ever medical corporation, Suncheonhyang University. Disease is cured by heaven, and doctors only aid in the process. It was the late Dr. Seo's medical philosophy. In 1974, he founded and he opened Korea's first medical corporation, Suncheonhyang University. So this is how it all began, and let us look back again for a moment. The history of Suncheonhyang. In 1974, Suncheonhyang University and hospital opened. And in 78, Suncheonyang College of Medicine opened. And in 1979, in Gumi, Suncheonyang Hospital Gumi opened. In 1982, Suncheonyang Hospital Cheonan opened. And in 2001, in May 2001, Suncheonyang University Hospital Buncheon opened in the same year. In March 2001, Dr. Seo Kyo-il became the 4th president of Suncheonyang University. And in 2011, in the BK21 program led by the Ministry of Education, we were able to have 5 research teams, the most number ever that was recorded by private sector universities. And then Suncheon University Hospital Cheonan was designated as an infectious disease center. So if you look at Hospital Cheonan, it opened back in 1982. And to serve local communities, we became the world's only agricultural chemical addiction treatment center and research center. And then we transformed ourselves into an university corporation from medical corporation. And we opened the Novalis TX Cancer Treatment Center in 2011. And as a result, in 2020, we were eventually recognized as an infectious disease center to be responsible for the central region of Korea. And then why do we need such an infectious disease center? If you look at the history of emerging infectious diseases, there have been very big events. So we have always had infectious diseases, but in 2002, the SARS virus broke out. In 2012, the MERS virus also broke out, of course, during the time. In 2014, MERS virus actually broke out at full scale in Korea in 2014. And then Ebola virus broke out. In 2017, normally in Latin America, the Zika virus also broke out. In 2019, the COVID-19 virus spread across the world, becoming a pandemic and dealing a fatal blow to many people across the country. So the spread of COVID-19 really constitutes a global pandemic. It's an unprecedented event. Because of this virus, we've come to have more than 100 million people infected, and the number of fatalities reached 2.7 million. In Korea, we have almost 100,000 people infected with this virus. As a result, 1,700 people were killed. Given all these circumstances, we and these stress the need to have infectious disease centers. In the early 20th century, with the invention of antibiotics, now we were able to manage and control infectious diseases, and there was a widespread perception. But after 1970s, we witnessed the emergence of more than 20 infectious diseases, and some of them developed resistance against drugs, including mutants and variants. And even those infectious diseases that we believe to be controllable emerged again. So emerging infectious diseases and re-emerging infectious diseases sparked the need the need of nationwide responses and professional and dedicated hospitals to do this. Here in Korea, we have large hospitals, high-performing hospitals, and we have hospitals with a large number of beds. But there's only a few hospitals that meet all these requirements, as we have experienced last year, and we continue to experience this even this year. That is why, to overcome the current circumstances, we need to designate infectious disease centers. And even after the end of COVID-19, in the post-COVID-19 era, we may face other infectious diseases emerging. So we need to develop our strategy to designate infectious disease centers. And currently the selection process is underway. So our hospital was selected as an infectious disease center, and let me elaborate on the process. It was last April that this announcement was made on the designation of infectious disease centers. If you look at this closely, should be general hospitals or high-tier hospitals in the Central Region or Yeongnam region, and 36 negative pressure rooms and also 2 negative pressure operating rooms would be supported through this project. So when a massive scale new infectious disease occurs, rapid response should be made to respond to such national healthcare crisis. So this project was launched by the Korean government. And our hospital, we have a new hospital to be built, and also our existing cancer center will be transformed into a respiratory center. And here, you would see a space where new infectious disease center will be established, and this was according to our proposal. So this is our proposal. We have current cancer center to be transformed into respiratory center to treat patients with respiratory conditions. And at this infectious disease center, we're going to have negative pressure rooms and negative pressure wards to provide professional care to patients with infectious diseases. Based on our proposal, we have submitted our proposal, and within that proposal, the document screening process ensures that we have all the requirements necessary. And then we also had this presentation session, and Dr. Lee Moon-soo, the president of our hospital, presented our proposal himself. We had these screening committee members, and we talked about the reasons why we should be selected as an infectious disease center. And Dr. Lee, as the leader of our hospital, did a fantastic job in persuading screening committee members. And to my knowledge, we got the highest score during this documentation and presentation phase. After that presentation, then due diligence was performed on our hospital, and I myself was there. Our director saw. He's currently director, but at the time he was president of university. So Mr. Seo Kyo-il came to the scene, and it was Mr. Lee who presented the proposal. But prior to that, for about 10 minutes, as a leader of Suncheon University and hospitals, Dr. Seo presented about our facilities. And Dr. Seo, during the session, said, as I remember, he said, in accordance with the will of the late Dr. Seo Seok-jo, we would like to ensure that our hospitals contribute to the betterment of our local communities. And over the years, we were engaged in social giving activities, and that's for sure. But most of all, it was about improving the substantial quality of our university and hospitals. It means that our focus was not entirely on social contribution, but if we are chosen as an infectious disease center, then we will fully abide by the will of the late Dr. Seo Seok-jo so that we can strongly contribute to our local communities. And that is what Director Seo said, and I was deeply impressed by his remarks. And I'm sure that many evaluators at the time were also impressed by his remarks as a leader of Suncheon University Hospitals, because he was so sincere in what he said. And thanks to your endeavors and thanks to your commitment, I think Suncheonhyang University Hospital Cheonan was designated as an infectious disease center. So that was the process, how we were chosen, and in last June, to be responsible for the total Yeongnam region, Suncheonhyang Hospital Cheonan was selected as an infectious disease center. And after the designation, through professional staff, facility, and equipment, we will be strengthening our capacity to treat infectious diseases, and also we will serve as the center of medical services in the central region. Geographically, we are located at this strategically important region in the central region of Korea. Together with other local governments and together with our peer hospitals, we would organize ourselves so that we can effectively respond to emergencies, including the outbreak of infectious diseases. And specifically, this infectious disease center, as you can see, would also have SIMS, Suncheonhyang Biomedicine Research Institute. We also have Suncheonhyang College of Medicine, and Suncheonhyang University Hospital Cheonan is nearby. When all of us get together, then this forms the Suncheonhyang Biomedical Cluster. Through our research in infectious diseases, we will be continuing with our efforts to address infectious diseases, including vaccine development. And we have witnessed this massive outbreak of infectious disease. But also we can turn to overseas to look at how they are doing in Singapore. This infectious disease hospital is operating with 330 beds. It is called NCID. It has negative pressure wards, isolation wards, and HLIU, high-level isolation unit. These facilities are equipped, and this means that it's a very special facility to treat people with very special infectious disease conditions. It ensures the safety of healthcare professionals. In the United States, this is also called biocontainment unit. In the United Kingdom, at Royal Free Hospital, on the right, you will see this special equipment where a patient is isolated, and then the patient and the doctor will be fully separated, but still treatment is possible. In the United States, it's slightly different. They have biocontainment units. This is basically a one-way system. So we have the safe passageway for general public, and there is a unit dedicated to patients. So this fully separated system ensures that patients and healthcare professionals still communicate and treat patients. One big strength is, for the purpose of conducting research laboratory is also installed on site. So this is a biocontainment unit available in the United States. And this shows one leading example of such units installed at Johns Hopkins University. In addition to that, in addition to Singapore, the UK, and the United States, and Germany, and in other countries, although it varies in type, we have these infectious disease hospitals. Then about infectious disease smart hospital, I'd like to mention briefly, when I say smart hospital, we have digital transformation, remote patient monitoring, and real-time location technology. All these technologies should be delivered by any smart hospital. In treating infectious diseases, non-contact, so virtual treatment should be possible. So thermometer and blood pressure measurement devices should be operable in a remote manner, and tablet-based care services should be also possible, for example, through EMR alignment. Ultimately, we would like to see that through the use of wearable devices, we can monitor the status of patients. For example, EMR can be aligned with the dashboard. So integrated patient monitoring system should be completed for us to become a smart hospital. At our hospital, we have computer software department as part of the Suncheon University. We also have Professor Kil Hyo-uk, and through the use of wearable sensors, they are conducting research on an early warning system. If this research is completed successfully, and these devices can be applied to our smart hospital. For us to become a smart hospital, we need to provide optimized non-contact interactive monitoring system for separated infectious disease patients. So I've talked primarily about the hardware aspect. Then let me mention the role of infectious disease centers. And of course, the major functions would include very proactive treatment for patients with emerging infectious diseases. So treatment plans are developed on a phase-specific basis. Hotline is operated, and also portal site should be developed and operated for 24/7 consulting. In so doing, we can provide active treatment. But in addition to that, as an infectious disease center, we need to ensure that patients are not only hospitalized and treated, but also we can contribute to the establishment of a disease control system on a nationwide level. Not just treatment, but research, training, and policy development should be all included in our scope of work, playing a pivotal role in this process. Epidemiology model development, and clinical policy development, diagnostic technology development, therapeutics development, vaccine development, or clinical trials. So all these things need to be performed by us as an infectious disease center. And then what are our achievements concerning infectious disease, and what are our efforts in this regard? Last October, Professor Choi Sung-jun in ENT division developed this portable respiratory diagnostic system with portable X-ray. Oxygen sensor is attached so that we have this integrated system. In conducting this research from the Division of Infectious Disease and from nuclear radiology, all these professors cooperated. And Professor Yoo Ik-jong also is developing smart negative pressure system-based portable module screening center technology. So all these professors are joining this research initiative, and also we have 2 private sector companies joining this project to develop technology to be equipped on screening centers. In last September, every 2 years, the Korean government launches a project for innovative medical devices. And last year, the topic was Infectious Disease Smart Innovative Medical Device Demonstration Support Center. As we were designated as an infectious disease center, we focused on smart and innovative medical devices suitable for infectious disease centers. Unfortunately, we were not selected in this project, but we will be further evolving our center so that we can develop such innovative devices and building infrastructure to do that. In the end, our goal is to develop a K infectious disease and innovative medical device development hub. Recently, we have a plan to build a network for joint response to infectious diseases and also clinical trial center. So all these medical facilities including Konyang University Hospital and Cheongju St. Maria Hospital. These 7 hospitals formed a consortium so that clinical trial center could be established. In so doing, vaccine clinical trial system and therapeutics clinical trial system can be established, and a vaccine and therapeutics evaluation system can be established. And then clinical trial data standardized model can be applied. And this network has been already established. And of course, we cannot apply for clinical trials that is supported by the legislative body of Korea. But better utilizing such a consortium, we would be fully participating in clinical trials in the field of infectious disease. In addition to that, we are engaged in COVID-19 related clinical trials, and we have produced meaningful outcomes. When it comes to vaccine and treatment, vaccination, prophylactic agent and treatment agent are all needed. Currently approved by the US FDA, and clinical trials are going on. And as you can see, we can classify all these vaccines. I think Celltrion would belong to the neutralizing antibody treatment group. In Korea, so we have these companies or drugs, 14 drugs with clinical trials, with ongoing clinical trials, and we have 8 vaccines who are preparing to get approval or whose clinical trials are ongoing. Let me show you one of the clinical trials that we're engaged in. Both asymptomatic and symptomatic COVID-19 patients were enrolled, and also their virus shedding was studied. Whether are there going to be any differences between asymptomatic and symptomatic patients? But no meaningful differences were observed, and about virus shedding, no significant difference was observed once again. And to JAMA Internal Medicine, which is a highly recognized medicine, we produced such research outcomes, and that drew notable attention, a lot of attention. And for COVID-19 patients with mild to moderate and severe conditions within 72 hours, we also witnessed the effect of camostat mesylate. And this is about antivirus agents. Phase 1 was already completed for this, and serious side effects were not reported as to this antivirus agent. With this agent, we are planning to conduct clinical trials, and as soon as we're ready, we will be initiating the clinical trials. This is not a therapeutics clinical trial, but this is about a medical device that conserves RNA, virus RNA, contained within saliva. This is about assessing the efficacy of diagnostic kits. At our Division of Infectious Disease, Professor Yu is joining this project. So remdesivir, treatment efficacy and safety, and also multi-center research on bacteria or viruses resistant to multiple drugs. All these research activities are being conducted at our hospital. And to this end, with our own capacity alone, we cannot do this all. That is why we are going beyond our own facility, and we are collaborating with other hospitals and facilities. We have Professor Yu Shine and Park Jung-wan from the Division of Infectious Disease. They are working with Professor Kim Yu-sik at KAIST and Dr. Lee Mi-ae at Suncheonyang Institute of Bioscience. And they are studying the transcription controlling factors so that they can produce outcomes on early detection of virus infection. Now, these professors are also engaged in partnership with Professor Moon, are developing NGS-based emerging and variant virus rapid diagnostic kits. to proceed with these research activities. And basically, there needs to be a biobank dedicated to infectious disease. So this January in 2021, of course, we have another biobank at our College of Medicine, but we felt the need to launch this separate biobank just for infectious disease. So PCR specimen or influenza PCR specimen can be proactively collected so that we can study infectious disease control on conditions overall. And in so doing, we can increase our capacity as an infectious disease center. And such a biobank dedicated to infectious disease would not entirely belong to us. It's because we would be also working with KDCA, so that this bank can be operable under such partnerships. To fully fulfill our role as an infectious disease center, it is critical that we closely partner with such government institutions in conducting research activities. And this biobank will help us in organically collaborate with nation and government-led research institutions. So I have talked about our plans, research activities, and clinical trials, and from now on, I'd like to elaborate upon our current responses to treat COVID-19 patients. As I said, in July 2020, we were designated as an infectious disease center in the central region. We are the only hospital designated as such. So we are serving as a control tower. We are operating a joint response monitoring room. And it means that we will be conforming and allotting available beds within the central region, in addition to the general management of patients. And in January this year, we were also designated as a vaccination center in the central region. On behalf of Daejeon, Sejong, and North and South Chungcheong provinces, we'll be responsible for vaccination of COVID-19. Not just Cheonan Hospital, but also our hospitals in Bucheon. From the early days of COVID-19, we have operated community treatment centers. So we were able to cooperate very closely with relevant organizations and treating and addressing asymptomatic patients and accumulating extensive experience in the process. Last but not least, what about the future of our institution as an infectious disease center? I have this one single slide about the future of infectious disease center, but rather than the single slide, I think our university and our hospital and their founder, Hyang-seol Seok-jo, and his remarks would be representing the future of us as an infectious disease center. When the flow of time and when our commitment as a member of Suncheon community are synced together, we will leave new marks behind us in the history of our nation, pursuing new development. I think his words clearly show the direction forward for us as an infectious disease center. So as an infectious disease center, of course, establishing the requisite infrastructure would be our goal, and we need to focus our capabilities to do this. But more than that, fully utilizing our strengths as an infectious disease center, biohealthcare, therapeutics, vaccine development, clinical trials, and AI, all these should be put under one roof so that they are all synchronized and bring about and establishing this new ecosystem of technology. And it's our role that we establish such a system at the Infectious Disease Center. And I think I have already shown you this slide, and personally, I do love this photo. Here you would see the late Dr. Seo Seok-jo, and he has many pictures, but this is my favorite. When I look at this picture, It reminds me that when he first founded our university and hospitals, and in witnessing the development of our university and hospitals and looking at this very peaceful lake, I'm sure that he was planning his dreams and aspirations. And he might have experienced his own challenges and difficulties. And here we can see late Dr. So Seok-jo agonizing over such challenges. Our founding philosophy is truth, volunteerism, and practice at Suncheon University. But I'd like to focus on practice, and I think it was the focus of the late Dr. So Seok-jo. He always stressed that we need to contribute to local communities as a university. So the infectious disease center that we aspire to establish, and regardless of its size, and it's been over 1 year since I first experienced this unprecedented challenge of COVID-19, and this very time stresses the importance of infectious disease centers. So his will and his commitment and his philosophy of loving the entire humanity, we need to keep all these in mind and developing our infectious disease center. Then I'm sure that we can not only contribute to our local communities, but also we can serve the interest of our nation and our society at large. And also we can become an infectious disease center representing Korea and to become a world-class infectious disease center as a result. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Baek Moo-jun, for that very inspirational presentation. Now, as you refer to the late Dr. So Seok-jo's comments, I do hope that the Infectious Diseases Center at Suncheon University and the university as a whole and its affiliated hospitals will continue to be an inspiration and a contribution to not just the local society and the country, Korea, but also because we live in an international, global age, that we can contribute to the wider international community as well. Now, with that, we have come to the end of GIMS, the Global Innovative Medicine Symposium 2021. Now, throughout all the presentations today, we in turn learned about the importance of human connection in the hospital setting, the ongoing developments in the race to find and perfect vaccines and therapeutics for the SARS coronavirus 2. And finally, we learned about the Infectious Disease Center here at Suncheon University. I hope that, as it has been for me, that today's symposium has been a valuable and useful educational time for all participants. In closing, I would like to thank several people. First of all, President Kim Sung-woo of Suncheon University, 동아일보, as well as all staff members who worked tirelessly in the days, the weeks, and the months leading up to GLIF GIMS 2021. It is because of your hard work that we were able to reflect upon the educational ideologies and philosophies of the late Dr. So Seok-jo, because we are here to commemorate the 100th anniversary of his birth. And of course, we cannot forget our online participants joining us through Zoom and YouTube. Thank you for your active participation throughout GLIF GIMS. And as we mentioned throughout today's presentations by numerous presenters, it is our hope that for the next iteration of GLIF GIMS, we will be able to meet each other not online, but offline, in person. Until then, please take care, and we will look forward to seeing you next time. 지금까지 아나운서 서미소랑이었습니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.